Oh my God, KB's here on time.
Yeah.
That's a first. Well, second maybe.
Good afternoon, good evening.
Hello.
An interesting day today, gentlemen.
Certainly. Interesting indeed.
And based on our current schedule, we'll probably get to the meeting around about 3 sessions from now.
Yeah, it's the longest train ride in history.
Suddenly, you guys are ambushed in the middle of Estera. You get derailed. You're not entirely sure how you got derailed from a carriage, but you just got derailed. Tumbled
I
on a
mean,
random cliff,
totally normal manhwa situation. Oh no, the carriage somehow broke down and everybody's dead.
including all the civilians for some reason, and all the buildings that surround you are completely destroyed. And so for whatever reason, you don't seem to be in Estera anymore.
Why is there a dragon here? Why is this man talking to me in this carriage? Wait, this isn't a carriage.
You're finally awake.
There you go, you got it. It all leads back to Skyrim.
It always leads back to Skyrim. It is that time. I already got word from Hectic/Dune that he will be late. And obviously, Solo, Harry, is not going to be able to join us today due to the fact he is sick. So this will be our group for the time being. I do not know how long it is going to be until Dune arrives, so it's completely up in the air whether or not it's going to be a few minutes or maybe a few hours. However, we will go ahead and continue as always. Daisy, are you here?
Yep.
Professor Rudiger, are you here?
Yep.
Vannon, are you here? Fantastic. Guess he's not here. I'll give him a
Or
couple of
muted.
minutes. Yeah, he or he's muted. Vrek, I know, is currently occupied. Oh, he tried to mute himself, so he is here, but nothing's coming through, it seems.
It could be his mic, yeah.
Could be the microphone. There it goes. Okay, so as he's fixing that, hello. Do we have a Vannon? Not yet. Little recap for those that were not here or did not remember what happened last time. The group known as Grave Undertaking are finally at the capital known as Estera, the main capital of the country that they've exploring, which is known as Essrena. You guys have encountered what seems to be a large group of collective underground organizations that seem to be gathering to one specific town by the name of Avon. And you guys have been discovering multiple forms of either bounties or forms of information that detail you guys going directly to Avon, not only in a rescue mission of gathering individuals and important pieces of information and intelligence, but also removing individuals from this material plane. You guys have been slowly making your way to the capital itself and making your way into the inner rings of the capital after discussing certain matters with the professor's father, who was able to gain an audience with the council for all of you, including the war princess of the country herself, who seems to have summoned all of you, more specifically Daisy, to this council meeting due to her very outputting and very outgoing, extravagant like entrance that she had made alongside all of you when entering the capital. You guys have been escorted by the professor's father, Roger Howard, who is currently helping you guys make your way towards the inner workings and the main royal chambers of uh, Estera itself, as you do see the passing bys of the continuous faces of the nearby natives and local merchants that seem to flow on by. You do see the first set of guards immediately approach. Look inside, you'll hear one of them immediately call out, "Papers, please," as you'll see the professor's father immediately retrieve his papers and will pass it over. "They are with me, don't worry. Uh, we are heading directly towards the royal meeting and the council meeting in question. We are, of course, in quite the hurry." You'll see the guard give a nonchalant look, will quickly unfold the papers, look at everyone currently inside the carriage before eventually handing them back over. For a moment, you'll see some of the guards are moving outside of the singular window. They seem to be adjusting and moving outside of the carriage, making sure that there's no hidden spaces or any additional effects to the carriage that they're not seeing, as eventually the carriage will begin to jostle and move, as you'll see through the small window. The wall passes on by, and you'll see a much more extravagant like looking space with what seems to be very fine looking flowing water that seems to be very eloquent looking fountains and features. You'll see that there is a mixture of different forms of farm and agriculture that seems to be slowly growing in this area, as well as a fine amount of different large manor like buildings that seem to be separating from each other. However, the space in this third ring seems to be very much large and very oriented around plants and nature.
Are there people working on the the
Oh,
cultivation
yes.
aspect?
You are looking around, and if you do move over to the doorway and inspect through the
Yeah.
window, yeah, we can
Hey,
hear you now. Hey, welcome. As you look through the window, you'll see Roger Howard quickly look over, will click his fingers, and it will allow that entirety of the wall to suddenly be see-through from the interior, as you do see passing on by what seems to be fields upon fields and a couple of orchards that you can see in the far distance of different trees and different forms of flowers and plants, all forms of fruits and different forms of different flora and vegetation that does seem to be slowly cultivated by either natives or different other individuals that seem to be slowly maneuvering between the fields.
how do the workers look physically?
Um, First of all, roll me a perception check.
Can I guidance?
Yes, you have time to inspect and look over some of the individuals.
26.
26. Um, You'll look over, catching a small group of looking Cambion like natives that seem to be working away at what seems to be a very nice looking set of berry like bushes that seem to have a very relatively crimson like red fruit that seems to be elongated like a banana. However, they seem to be very much smiling, even though they are covered in mud and covered in the foliage of the nearby plants and nearby agriculture. They do seem to be relatively happy in their business, it seems. Go ahead and roll me a medicine check, please.
Kind of guidance again.
Yes.
Oh, but I'll need this one. Fuck. 13.
13. There doesn't seem to be any immediate signs, especially since the speed that you're moving, it's hard to really gauge any immediate like exposure, like any rashes or anything like that that would immediately show any signs of ill care per se. However, on a quick inspection of most of the individuals that you can see, apart from the occasional injury that you would expect from people that work the fields, there doesn't seem to be any signs ill, of ill, basically use of medicine. There doesn't seem to be any signs of abuse of the work. They seem to be well maintained and well looked after. And as you're actually looking at this, you can see that all of the people here look reasonably well fed, which is a dire comparison to the first two. The first two rings, you saw that in the first ring, people were basically fighting over scraps. The second ring, people were fighting over like the normal basic needs. Here, it seems a bit more luxurious, a bit more lavish,
Abundance.
abundance. And you're looking around for a moment and you're seeing quite clearly that there is plenty of food here to serve the people on the outside rings. Especially given the fact that you're looking around at the current population here that seems relatively dwindled in comparison. You're looking around, you're seeing maybe the occasional, like maybe building every few hundred feet. There's a fine amount of land that seems to surround every single building. Every place seems to be unique in their own fashion, as if the person that was living there has actually structured and created, expanded their own touch to their place. As it's quite clear that there's been some time placed into some of these buildings and some of these farms, so to speak. And you're looking around, and there is quite clearly, maybe in comparison to the thousands upon thousands of people in the first two rings, you maybe see maybe 100 people every now and then, sparsely separated amongst these lands. And as you're looking inwards and trying to gauge how much distance there is between the two walls, you can see that there is around the same distance between the third wall and the fourth wall, exact same amount of distance as there was between the third wall and the second wall, which you know was usually at around about a good 2, maybe 3 hours travel by carriage. That's a fair amount of distance. That's a fair amount of land.
I'd look at Tullius and say, I see why you do what you do.
He looks over for a moment, gives a slight nod. We have been needing to handle the situation for a while.
Mm.
Doesn't seem to say
Why
anything else about
why
that.
create a utopia past the third ring if it can all come crumbling down in an instant? Hmm.
I believe I could answer that question for you.
Oh, please do enlighten me.
It's very simple. What draws people into the middle of a desert? The promise of an oasis. Fine waters, fine food, the greatest treasures that this land could ever present, due to the fact that nobility and royalty decides to sit here. And, of all places, the capital rests next to one of the most holy religious sites of our land. It draws people in no matter who you are. If you're looking for coin, if you're looking for wealth, if you're looking for faith or merely patronage, everyone is drawn here. Everyone is needing of something.
But the whole thing is just a castle of glass standing on a horribly small pillar of glass.
You say that, yet this small pane of glass is heavily armored on all sides and very well kept by an iron grasp.
But Tullius, all it takes is the will of a single person to shatter that glass. Because glass
And
always is able to shatter.
by all means, Miss Daisy, at least try to make it look a little entertaining from my perspective.
I got the name for your next headline. The princess goes mask off.
We'll see how it goes. I'll make sure to maybe pass it along to the ones over at the Petrifix. Pontessa should be interesting.
By the way, Vrek. Oh, right. Vrek's not here. Vrek's in the house. Never mind.
Yes.
It would be
You can
Harry.
hear coming. No, you actually say. By the way, Vrek, you look around for a moment, and from Roger Howard's Rose, you hear the voice of Vrek just simply projected. Yes.
Could you possibly? No, never mind. It's a physical thing I need. Harry, how about you try it? I need a drawing of the big chain guy we fought on the boat. I just thought about it.
Okay. Give me 1 second. Which chain guy are we talking about? The one
The
that
big
we.
one. The one that looked like this, and I pulled out the tax collector. Then turned into the big thing.
Oh, that thing.
Yes, that thing. The one that you tried to blow its head off.
Right. And you'll like take a moment, try and recollect the memory for a second. I'll see what I can do.
Any accuracy would be fine. As long as you get the general shape and idea of it, it'll work out.
He gives a
And then,
nod. I can get the genuine shape of it. Yeah, I have an idea.
yeah, just ignore details. Just get the point across of how mean it looks.
He gives a nod, but looks to the side for a moment, and like he gives that kind of like side look of, "What the fuck did he look like again?" Before he starts to walk away.
And then I'm pulling the platinum ring out of the bag of holding.
Okay.
Okay, so I have the book, two newspapers, the drawing, and the coin. Okay, I'm ready.
The platinum coin. Okay.
Yeah, the one for royalty.
Yeah, you said the platinum ring. I was like, platinum
Oh,
ring.
okay,
I
yes,
need to
platinum
run
coin.
through. There we go.
Oh, the coin.
So you're taking out the platinum coin, the 4-pointed star with a gem in its center, a fire giant holding a warhammer over its head, 2-sided coin.
Yep.
Okay. You guys are currently relaxing within the carriage. as the continuous sound of hooves echo out into the air. Actually, no, with the Roger Howard's carriage, it's not a horse-drawn one. It is actually a mechanical one. As you do hear the rumbling of the engine up front, eventually you do hear the sound of the carriage coming to a stop after an hour or so. You'll see what seems to be a number of individuals looking inside of the doorway. Before you'll see one of the guards immediately opens the door, will step inside, will begin to maneuver around immediately as Roger Howard will step forwards.
Don't worry, don't worry. This is standard procedure for the fourth ring. Just make sure you don't do anything hasty.
And you'll see him hold out his hands, allow them to cast the Dispel Magic towards the group. Does anyone resist?
No.
Spell magic?
Dispel Magic, yes.
No. Huh. Sorry, who's doing this?
You see a set of guards that seem to be from Estira's inner ring. This seem to be a much heavier set of royal guards that seem to be moving in. You'll see that it is mostly the same armor. However, the dark purple seems to have golden and platinum-like etchings instead of the normal silver.
Okay, and I'm assuming third level Dispel Magic isn't going to render all of our magical items completely inert.
Correct.
Okay, then no, I don't resist.
All right. Due to the fact that Tullius is not magically disguised, but is theoretically
Well,
disguised
yeah,
as a rainbow dragonborn.
practical effects are always better than
Practical
CGI.
effects. The dispel magic does not seem to affect him. As they inspect him for a moment, gives a nod before maneuvering over. The only one that they seem relatively interested in, of course, is Daisy. As they move over, cast the spell, and one of them will look over towards you, tilt their head slightly as they will speak in Infernal.
Dan, what are they saying?
What are they saying?
Is it true what they say about you, Queen Koinos?
I'd respond in common. People, they see what they want to see. As you can see, I'm not dressed like that. So which one is the real me, I wonder? I can just give them a coy smile. With my scars out. Just staring at him.
The eyes in the helmeted visor stare back towards you, looking you up and down for a moment. Dune, he will say one more word before leaving. I much prefer a politician that tells the truth instead of being coy and messing around with people's feelings. We've dealt with that more than enough.
I would tell Daisy what he said.
As they leave him, I'll say, there's two sides to every coin, and both are true.
Yet the head on the coin in this land, love, isn't exactly the one we praise anymore.
As he will quickly close the door behind him.
Touchy.
Just for note, you would recognize, especially looking over the Estiran currency in the past, you would know that the current face on the coin of Essrena is the face of the War Princess.
Oh. Descent even amongst the fourth ring. Interesting.
You eventually wait. A slight silence will rest over the carriage for a moment until the sudden jostle of the carriage moves forward, and you do see the walls pass on by. As you move forward into the next space, the fifth ring of Estera, the second to last, you will find what seems to be, in comparison to the very lavish countryside filled with multiple farms and agriculture, it seems that this ring is complete opposite. You'll see large buildings filled with dark black chimneys, smoke funneling out from all sides as you hear a distinct sound of the hammering away of hammers on anvils and the sound of continuous machinery echoing out into the air. You'll see a large set of roaring forges that seem to be continuously funneled out of a large gouting crag that seems to run along either side of the large corners of this fifth ring. And you'll see that there is a massive, what seems to be large forge that seems to be flowing with a bubbling silver and gold like liquid that seems to be resting in a large circle of forges on the large eastern side of Estera.
Does it look like the light that we saw in the temple that Harry
Which
really, really,
one?
really wanted?
Does seem to
The
have that kind of essence to it.
I poke Harry. Hey, you remember that?
He'll look over for a moment, tilt his head slightly. Huh. That's new. But, if you remember, Daisy, the one that I was after, it was a green and red.
Yes, but it seems there may be more different techniques.
That is a big forge, however. A lot of material. Hard to get that much. As you'll see him just inspecting for a moment, his eyes will go wide as he immediately rushes over to the wall, placing his hands kind of like a kid at a candy store, and will immediately just rivet to one set of forges that does seem to be working on some form of firearm. And he immediately like just turns and is like, "If we ever have time, can I come back here?"
If we even manage to get up here.
I need to get a lot of money to get back here.
Or we do something drastic that changes our opinion.
How drastic are we talking?
The good kind. Not
That
the
that doesn't answer my question, Daisy. I need details. He's like
Mm.
immediately like looking between you and the space, as you do see that he is like on the very edge of basically rushing out and jumping out of this carriage to join into the mess.
Let's hope my
It's
conversation with the princess goes well and she allows us to go deeper into the city. Freely.
for the first time ever, Daisy, you actually see Harry's tail is fucking wagging like a crazy. But no, basically it's kind of like Harry is looking at like a giant playground with all of the things that he's ever wanted to mess around with, and is just outside of the door. And he is like rooted to the space, like doing his best not to just jump out and leave. However, will watch, eventually will drag one of the chairs over so he could just watch and observe as he will begrudgingly stay where he is inside of the carriage. You guys will continue to watch as you guys make your way further in. You do see that this fifth ring does seem to be entirely for industrial purposes. As you will watch out, Daisy, you will actually see what seems to be a relatively large structure that does seem to be being made towards the northern side of the fifth ring.
Can I see what it is, or get like a general idea what it may from this
Uh,
distance?
From this distance, it's hard to really say, but you are free to try and take a look.
Hell yeah, I'm gonna try.
And notifying the others, everyone else is free to roll as well, should you wish to do so.
So I'm rolling.
You are rolling. Everyone else is free to roll as well if they wish to take a look at the
I mean,
large
what
structures
am
once
I
more.
rolling?
Yeah, what's the
Perception.
roll?
Okay, can I guidance?
Sure.
Oh, well, no need there.
No need.
Eesh.
But 35.
30. Uh, Professor, you see what seems to be maybe a good 20-foot tall building made out of metal. You're not entirely sure what exactly it is, but it seems to be relatively well made, and it's hard to get the exact details.
Right.
Daisy, however, you're inspecting it for a moment, and you'll pull out the shield and gather the energy to try and get a genuine idea as to what's going on. And using the magnified lens of the shield and your own perceptive abilities, you can see what seems to be a relatively 25-foot tall structure that seems to have two large barrels resting on shoulders. What seems to be a structure of a chassis of what seems to be a rib cage is currently being made, entirely made out of what seems to be a gathering of structured and ironized ore and metal. Based on
You
what you're
said ionized?
seeing, ionized metal. Essentially, ironized ore. So basically, ore turned into its metallic-like form. You would see essentially the possibility of a 25-foot tall man or some form of humanoid-like structure. Not a statue, but clearly to be maneuvered or placed elsewhere. And you're seeing, based on the large barrel-like structure of the shoulders, that seem relatively similar to the cannon of the Whispering Cricket. You would believe that this is some form of war machine.
I would direct Howard's attention to it. I'm like, hey, you may want to grab part of that in your rose.
He will turn for a moment, will adjust the rose to allow Vrek to magnetize and enhance in on the structure, as well as you, Daisy, quickly turning Harry's head in the genuine direction to allow him to take in the notes as well.
I would imagine his eyes, like a child in a play, go very wide.
Oh yeah, his ears perking straight up, eyes going wide, is like immediately once again leaping out of the seat, hands against the wall, will give you that look of please before like eventually like looking back at the group, looks at you, looks at the large structure in the distance, knows full well he can't reach there and back anytime soon, and will just let his ears just flop back down again. Just give me an eagle for like 2 hours, and I swear I'll be back.
Harry, I'm pretty sure they have anti-aerial things. You'd get yourself killed, and I don't
Yeah,
want
give
to
me a
go to your
horse.
mom.
Give me. I'm sure that'll be fast enough. Like
I don't
there
want to go
should
to
be
your
a
mom.
sound way of.
Look,
Fine.
I don't
Fine,
want to deal
I'll
with your
stick.
mom. I don't want to deal with Roguish. I don't want to deal with Racket. Okay, like saying, "Oh, Harry died because of his naivete."
But giant mech monster!
I know. That's why we recorded it for future prosperity, and so we can see it again.
And he'll just like step away, kick the chair, just suddenly hop on his foot because it actually hurt for a moment, and then eventually hop back down into his seat.
Could my magnifying glass work through the rose?
Technically, yes.
Nice. I'm gonna do that to get really intimate with that thing.
Taking the time to inspect it and watch over it, you do get a moment to really get a good closer look, especially from this far distance. You can see that there are maybe a good few hundred small individuals that do seem to be working amongst the large foundations of this structure. It does seem that it's clear this is not the first time that they've been making this thing. There's a very clear structure and maneuverability to these individuals that seem that they have done this numerous times before. Time will pass unless anyone else is wishing to prepare anything.
We still have to pass the sixth wall,
You're
right?
you're about to, yes.
Okay, I
Sixth
do
wall.
something after it.
As you guys approach the sixth wall, there is actually a small crowd that seems to gather outside of the sixth wall as you'll see small engravings and detailings along what seems to be a porcelain white wall, engraved with multiple colors and detailings inside of the stone itself. And both Vrek and Harry will immediately recognize that each of the engravings and detailings along this final sixth wall, each seems to be a different form of cannon rock that has been placed and slowly detailed into the walls to each grant this particular final defense their own personal protections. You'll see the large crowd gathering, some of which calling out into the air. However, you'll notice a large line of guards that seem to be separating your carriage and the crowd.
Wait, so once we go through the wall, are we at the place we're supposed to be, or we still have to
You
travel?
are still traveling.
Alright,
You are about
okay.
to reach outside the sixth wall as the crowd is starting to gather. You do hear the occasional sound of voices calling out into the air, all of which are in Infernal. However, the occasional sound of Queen Koinos,
I would have used
hey,
tongues to
no,
understand
uh,
everything.
please help us. We need feeding. What is this war for? And there's just a collective different sound of voices calling into the air. However, there does seem to be a collective notion between a lot of these voices. However, a few of them do seem to slowly filter in. More lavishly dressed looking individuals are slowly guided in through the last few wall like entrances as another much heavier looking guard. And alongside him looks to be a very slimmer looking robed individual with purplish like robes. And you will see encrusted on the front of the hood there does seem to be a veil that does display the Seven Sisters symbol. That seems to move alongside this guard as he enters. The guard will once again cast Dispel Magic on each of you. However, you'll see the one in the purplish robes will begin to quietly chant something under her breath.
Can I understand what he's trying to chant?
Go ahead and roll me a religion check, please.
23.
Let's see. She seems to be casting augury.
Augury.
How was that?
What does that do?
That should be trouble.
Augury essentially is her channeling to her god, and she has 3 questions that she can ask that particular deity.
They give you
The god can
yes or no,
answer in
general
3
answer.
ways. Either wheel, woe, or no answer.
Yeah, that
Mm.
could be real dangerous.
And
Smart.
it seems that
Fuck.
she is essentially casting this particular spell for, you would assume, to be trying to figure out if you guys are good or bad.
Is it apparent what god she's praying to?
Seven
Based on what
marking?
you can see, it would be either the entirety or one of the 7 sisters.
Okay.
Can I discern which she's praying to?
That's a good question. That's another religion check, please.
Right.
You've
Well,
heard of particular detailings of the 7 sisters before, and you would know usually there would be some form of alignment with one of the sisters in particular. And usually you'd believe that it would be something to do with their either alignment or some form of relation to what they would believe in case of how they were in their own lifetime. You're not entirely sure how the followers really define themselves. You just know that they follow a sister, usually.
Right.
However, you do look over for a moment and check on the symbolization of the veil. There does not seem to be any detailings or markings on the symbolization that would show you or indicate any particular praising of any particular sister. And she seems to whisper something under her breath. Vannon and Daisy, you two have the past perception enough to try and figure out what they are saying in Infernal.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and roll me perception checks, please. You would recognize that her first question would be, are these individuals here to harm our queen? And she'll give an tilt of her head, will look around for a moment amongst your group. The veil not allowing any facial features to be displayed as she will inspect the group for a moment. And she will say her second question, which I will allow you guys to hear with your with your perception checks. Is the one that wishes harm to our queen on the left side of the room or to the right?
Yep. Yep.
She'll look for a moment, realize that she can't really get an answer to that question. So she will realize that is a wasted question on her behalf. However, her last question will be, Is the one that wishes harm to our queen female? And she will fix Daisy in particular a glance.
I just smile back at her.
Daisy,
Yes.
with all manners of truth to your heart, do you wish harm to the first princess of Estera?
No, otherwise she wouldn't have asked Tullius if the first princess is intended to leave alive from the meeting.
Okay. And in that case, she will give a nod. Will look over to the guard, who will look over towards her as if to give confirmation. She will look over towards you, Daisy, and will give a nod towards the guard, and they will both make their way out. There is a slight hitch in the air, a slight sigh of relief that seems to escape into the room as the door does close, and your carriage does move forwards. Stepping inside, more specifically, rolling inside of the new walls, you do see Howard will click his fingers, causing the wall to slowly filter down to the single window once again, as you do see what seems to be a very eloquent looking garden and small parking area, as you do see very fine cobbled streets that seem to surround a very eloquent looking, towering, large castle like fortress that seems to rest embedded into this mountainous like stone that is currently resting in the mountain range towards the east. You guys can see large banners of not only the Estera banner, which seems to be of the Seven Sisters logo, surrounded by a set of devil-like horns. You'll also see what seems to be the banners of the Empire, including banners of Waterdeep, Baldur's Gate, and the multitudes of other cities, including Neverwinter, Strixhaven, amongst the Faerun-like Empire, as well as what seems to be the smaller banners of the nearby factions that seem to also collude with some of the nearby banners of Faerun. As you guys look up, you do see that there are small detailings and small banners and flags amongst some of the nearby buildings, which all seem to have the same like eloquence of the nearby castle. As you do see what seem to be small businesses and small shops, as well as the occasional small residence can be seen in this final center ring of Estera. As the carriage slowly pulls up, you'll hear the engine finally come to silence, allowing the purr to slowly come to a final stop as the professor's father will step up, sitting
I
up
cast
from his
enhance
chair.
ability on myself for charisma.
Okay. How long does that last?
An hour.
Okay. He will look over towards everyone.
Now's the time to prepare yourselves, everyone. It is showtime.
And he will begin to step his way over towards the door, where Fleep has already opened the doorway, allowing Roger Howard to step out, where you do see a large crowd of individuals already calling out, shouting out towards them, as you do see what seem to be small flashes of light immediately erupting from outside the carriage.
Oh, great. It's a paparazzi.
As for those that understand Infernal, you can immediately hear the sound of Mr. Howard, Mr. Howard, there are multiple reports of missing individuals from the western side of Estera. Is there any reports that you can, Mr. Howard, and you'll just hear immediate, like, different shouts of Infernal echoing out directly towards Mr. Howard, as he will wave towards everyone, will call out every now and then of, yes, yes, wonderful to see all of you, wonderful, time is fleeting, and so shall I, yes, good, good, wonderful to see you, and will immediately, like, look over his shoulder of, like, ignore these lots, continue on. And will continue upwards to a large set of stairs that leads up to the castle, where you do see a set of guards immediately greets him and will immediately start escorting him up the staircase.
Okay.
It's showtime, boys.
No, we just sit here and wait now.
Any preparations that need to be made, as Fleet does look over towards all of you, currently wearing his normal butler-like garb, however, is currently wearing a giant orange bow tie and a large sunflower in his chest-like pocket.
Bane is going to separate himself from the rest of the group and kind of blend in with everyone else and just kind of look very nonchalant.
Okay.
Alright, you know what?
Yeah,
Death for it on
do it.
myself, just in case.
I'm going
So
to. So we're in
Oh
the
my
carriage
God.
right now.
Yes, you are.
Can I do like when I exit when I exit the carriage? Can I do it like some kind of feat of acrobatics? Like if it's got like one of those little springy steps when you exit, you know, like old fashioned stage, or like spring off of that and do like a double backflip and land it.
Oh, absolutely. You're
All
free
right,
to try and attempt
yeah,
that.
that's what we're gonna do.
Okay. As you see the professor start to step forwards, as he is the first one to step out, you see him rush forwards, taking a quick 2 steps. You're familiar with this carriage, so you do know that they do have that slight spring step on
Perfect.
the side. As you step down, immediately leaping up into the air, go ahead and roll me an acrobatics check.
All right. Here we go.
And he dies.
Yeah, this is. Oh, thank God. As I say it.
You are able to use one foot to essentially spring yourself forward, using the other to do a kick-like fashion, to send you springing up and doing a full-on backflip into the air. You attempt to do a second one, however, you're able to catch yourself with your hands with a full-on handstand, flinging yourself upwards into a second final 180 and able to land on your feet.
Perfect.
You will see throughout the entirety of your motion just the flashing of lights from all signs of directions as you do so.
Love it.
As you do see directly next to you on either side of you, as you look down, you do see that you're standing on a red carpet. And on either side of you, you do see that there are metal barriers where guards are currently standing between you and a large crowd of either Cambion or all forms of humanoid individuals that are currently holding out either wands and small devices that seem to be floating about in the air that are currently flashing and creating small lights in the air as multiple voices are shouting out towards you in Infernal.
Okay, I'm just gonna take a move
What
my
are you
hat.
telling him?
Yeah,
Actually, this is actually a good situation. So, uh,
Oh,
the
no.
first one that says is, "Excuse me, sir, as Mr. Roger Howard's aide, what exactly do you do with this profession?" As the second one shouts out, "Excuse me, as Mr. Rogers' aide, do you exactly know what's happening with the disappearances happening towards the western side of Esther?" And it seems that the immediate questions that were sent towards his father are now being directed towards him, now
Cool.
assuming that that his son is actually his aide.
perfect.
I would come up and like, I'm sorry, gentlemen, but we really must get going.
The moment you step out, Daisy, of the carriage, all lights and all voices immediately turn directly to you. As flashing lights rippling out into the air, there is a sudden turning of attention as you step out of the carriage, as immediately voices roaring out directly towards you. You actually see a few of the guards stepping forwards, trying to cut off one of the Cambion reporters that try and rush over the gate, trying to get directly to you, before immediately being clotheslined by the guard and immediately thrust over and flung over the wall to the other side.
I would look at the
However,
paparazzi and say, "Please, gentlemen and gentle ladies, don't try to do anything to the guards. We don't wish for any disobedience tonight. Well, today,
roll
rather.
me a persuasion check, please.
Oh no.
I have advantage because I have enhanced, baby. Let's go. 23.
23. You shout out into the air, and as you do so, it
And they
is that
understand both tongues,
time.
by the way.
It's around that time that Tullius and both Dune will step out at the same time. As Dune, you're standing there dreading to go out until you suddenly feel a sudden jolt behind you as Tullius pushes you out of the door, chuckling under his breath. And you both stand behind Daisy as she's calling out, and all the paparazzi look at the two taller individuals that behind the quote-unquote Queen of Koinos, and will eventually start to quiet themselves down.
Good.
Enjoy the rest of your day. And I walk in.
Like,
walk
as
like a
you,
bad bitch.
yeah, as you begin to walk away, immediately voices erupting out, calling out towards you. As you do hear, multiple questions are being thrown out towards you.
All them ignored.
You will hear actually a few questions that do immediately catch your ears due to the fact you are hearing tongues. The first question that you would hear is,
Queen of Koinos, have you heard about the multiple disappearances within Avin over the last number of months? It has seemed that multiple nobility have been disappearing over this time. We would believe that since you're noble yourself, this would be a large cause for you to understand.
there another one calls out,
Queen of Koinos, we understand that you are one of the peace, therefore we understand that you are probably against the war towards the north. Were you perhaps understanding that maybe you could give moralization and probably a contribution to the troops towards the north?
and the next one,
Queen of Koinos, there seems to be a situation towards the western side. A growing number of green-like flora seems to be currently expanding towards your land that is known as Koinos. Do you have any particular reports of this particular matter?
all ignored.
Yeah.
Okay. All of the questions thrown out, as you'll see, both Tullius and Dune are currently at your back, creating that barrier. As you do see, Tullius occasionally will hiss out alongside Dune to any reporter that seems to get too close. Vannon, you're able to sneak along without being noticed too much, especially since all the attention seems to be on Daisy. The group make their way in, some of them gaining more attention than others. You guys will make your way up the staircase. Roger Howard seems to be in the middle of a conversation with a number of guards that seem to be at the main doorway to the royal throne room. As you do see the large, almost 25-foot tall doorway of multiple forms of different colorizations throughout the quartz-like stone that seems to be resting on the main chambers of this castle. You do see that there is a very distinctful merge of different material that seems to be distinctly placed throughout the entirety of this castle in different spaces that seem to be more strategically placed than just merely by random occurrence. As you guys will continue forwards, you'll see what seems to be a large room like antechamber. Multiple small lights of reflective flame that seems to continuously flow on the inside walls. As you see in the far distant opposite side of the throne room, you do see the raised dais and 3 thrones, one of which in the center, 2 on either side it, much smaller than the center throne that you can see. And either side of that, 2 flowing fountains of what seem to be molten gold. Seems to be slowly funneling and flowing into a pool directly behind the thrones. You will see what seems to be a large crowd on either side of the singular red light carpet. That seems to be the center like point where people are entering through and then eventually finding their space on either the left or right side of the chamber. However, you will notice distinctly that the ones on the left seem to all be native, and on the ones on the right all seem to be either outside of Essrena, either by the Empire or by from outside countries or individual islands and provinces. You do see a few individuals on either side glancing towards your group as you do approach, especially rooted onto Daisy, where Tullius will immediately whisper into your ear.
It's all right, dear. Eyes forwards. No need to hold back now.
No, Tullius, this is my stage.
Go
They
get them.
better be prepared.
He will step back, holding your shoulder, look over towards you, Dune, and will nod, allowing Daisy to step forwards as the group in front of you, the large crowd, will glance over, some of them rooted onto you as you begin to step forwards, others mostly keeping their eyes forwards towards the center throne.
There's only one person in this room that I'm interested in. And you know who that is.
Oh, yes. I'm assuming you're already looking towards the right side of the room.
Oh, yes.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a perception check, please. I'm assuming no guidance, especially since there is
No,
a
because
lot of people watching.
I'm concentrating on enhanced
Okay.
ability.
Okay. In that case, you are looking around, watching. As you are stepping forwards, you do hear the occasional whispers echoing around you as some of the conversations that were currently happening seem to stop as you step forwards down the center line. The occasional sound of voices calling out into the air. Others will quiet their conversations, but you do feel like there is a genuine presence of all the eyes in the room seem to be slowly drifting towards you as you step down the center chamber, down the red carpet. As you do see stepping forwards, you look over towards near the first few rows on the right side of the throne room. And as you're stepping forwards, you'll notice all the eyes are currently facing towards you, except for a set of red hair, facing forwards towards the throne. However, as you watch the familiar face, you do see, even though they do not look towards you, a smile will curl at the corner of their lips. Reddish-like hair that seems to rest directly over the shoulders. More of an auburn-like brown, however, black-like dress that seems to flow over the shoulders and down her arms. Elven, human, a mixture of two, the last that you checked. However, she does stand there, Madame Vidalis. Will glance over her shoulder just in the genuine direction of you as the voices call out and whisper as you approach before you'll see her silently giggle to herself before turning away. It is the one you've been looking for quite some time.
Bum, bum.
you'll see a number of noble individuals, it seems, from the outside exterior, including a much larger looking gentleman that seems to be rather rugged, a darker brownish like hair, seems to have a very relatively thick looking beard and mustache of a brownish like color. Um, Leather like armor, studded, however, seems to just show some form of like breast like plate underneath. And he will look down towards you, give a nod, and will step aside, allowing you guys to find a space amongst the standing group along the right side of the throne room. Do you take the space or do you find your own?
How far back is it?
The space that has been offered to you is maybe a good, I'd say 5 rows behind Miss Vidalis.
I'll look at Roger. I'm like, is this a row?
We can find whatever space.
Actually, Roger's not with you. He's up at the front.
Oh,
He was talking to some guards.
okay.
But you're free to ask the other individual that's in front of you, or any of the other nobility that seems to be standing, waiting patiently.
No, we shall take this space.
The human-like male will step aside, allowing you to all step into the space that seems to be relatively open. You will notice that the throne room is reasonably large, but there doesn't seem to be any sitting room. Everyone that is currently in the throne room is currently standing. The nobleman will step in, allowing to close up the space from the main center. As you guys will all sit down, there is a few words of conversation that seem to surround you, as voices will occasionally speak about your group, especially towards Daisy, and the occasional glance amongst some of your companions amongst the party. Until after maybe a good 10 to 15 minutes, you'll see each of the dark lights of the braziers will slowly begin to diminish and darken and dim, as you'll see the doors behind you all close, and the guards will immediately filter directly in to guard the main entrance. You will see both of the golden like fountains slowly turn and close, causing the funneling gold to stop and rest in its pool, as a small hint of a heavy drum begins to beat out into the air. As all of you will stand there for a moment as the light begins to dim further and further, the continuous glow of the gold behind the thrones begin to bubble and shake for a moment, until you see slowly stepping behind as the golden like pool begins to open, revealing a hidden entrance beneath it. You will see slowly stepping out in a black like gown that seems to cover most of her form, porcelain white skin that seems to have a very pale, almost ghostly like touch to the exterior. Dark black hair that almost have grayish like roots that seems relatively short and pointed behind two curved like horns that seem to rise and point to the direct tips of the throne. A set of black and red eyes covered in shadow, sitting directly behind a very set of black lips. She will step forward silently as you hear all of the guards in the room occasionally hammering their spears or pummels of their weapons against the ground, until her hand will rise, causing all of the sound to silence, before she will sit down in her throne and will smile towards the entirety of the group as a whole.
What is it?
Bro, that's little
Greetings.
vibes.
Greetings. All are welcome to this meeting of council on the 31st day of the twilight moon. I welcome new and old to my chambers of council.
She'll turn her eyes over towards the large group that seems relatively silent. All conversation has completely halted the moment that she has stepped into the room, as she will look around for a moment as if beckoning Annie to interrupt the silence that she has created.
I have gathered all of you here, not only to welcome those that represent themselves of high regard, but those that help us with the future of our civilization as a new. I am wishing to call upon the services and gratitude of all that enter these halls and walls, and offer the services of my people in exchange for the knowledge that you may enter into our vaults. That does not, however, consequent the ill manners of the people that enter our lands unannounced. The continuation of these ongoing invaders seem to have been a paramount example of what must not be allowed within this kingdom.
She'll turn her gaze over to the right side of the room, where you do hear a slight hushed murmur of voices coming from the native side of the royal chambers.
Countless vessels I have seen, countless vessels that I have noticed, not from our lands, but from the Empire, rise so close to the shores of the capital that it find it so strange not to find it ill-willed, as if to beckon invasion upon our lands, as you have done towards the south. Why, I beckon? Why, I must ask? Must you bring such brigands and bandits to our people? Why must I continue this alliance when your people are continuing to cause trouble for my own, when I have so much trouble to deal with already? One does not overfill a cup that needs to be emptied, unless you are wishing to find the consequences of more cups that need to be filled. Mr. Roger Howard of Strixhaven.
As you'll see her look over towards the right side, you'll see Roger Howard immediately standing up to attention, will make his way out of the group and step forwards to the center where the red carpet rests in the center of the throne room. Rudiger, you'll look over and see your father. Immediately readying his glasses, will brush himself down, will make his way forwards down the center of the red carpet, and will step forwards where you see all of the collective firelight in the room seems to rest in a single spotlight in the center.
Okay.
He will step forwards, lower his head down, where the War Princess will look down towards him.
I have heard that you have tasked a set of individuals to retrieve a very important thing for me. How is this particular excursion?
You'll see your father look aside for a moment, swallow for a second, as he will...
The excursion is currently delayed due to the ongoing proceedings of the tasked individuals that were highly qualified for this task, may I add, Miss Irandrana, that
And as he speaks the name, you'll hear a few of the guards shift slightly, and a few of the local natives slightly gasp from the mention of the name. As you'll see the war princess immediately raise her hand, causing the gasps and the speaking to halt. Please continue, Professor.
Yes, War Princess. We have found that a number of individuals seem to have been halting the ongoing proceedings of the excursion, as well as some unknown, undeath-like force. I have been given the details that the excursion will continue at a later date when the squadron are more prepared.
You'll see him quickly lower his head as the war princess will nod slowly. As long as it is done in the time that I have given you, then it will not matter. Please continue your efforts. Additionally, I hear that there is a certain matter of trade that you are wishing for me to look into. You'll see Roger Howard will nod for a moment, glance back towards you, Rudiger, for a moment, and give a slight, I'm sorry, look,
You just give him a shrug.
before he will step forward and say,
Yes, I've heard of a certain individual amongst the first ring who seems to be a little unsavory. It seems that this particular contact and source has made its way into the second ring as well, which I would like extinguished as soon as possible. I have already sent you the details, and I will hopefully request that these certain matters will be extinguished as quickly as possible, and further trade will be much more fruitful after such matters will be taken care of.
you'll see immediately a voice calling out from the left side of the throne chambers as what seems to be a much smaller, impish-like looking Cambion will immediately call out and step out from the crowd much further back into the throne room.
Miss War Princess, I must say that sorry to interrupt.
And you'll see as he says that, a number of guards immediately steps up and a blade is directly placed under his neck.
I look familiar.
No, he does not.
Doesn't. Okay.
The matters that Mr. Roger Howard are speaking on, sadly, are not exactly fully up to code. I do indeed have the papers required to allow Mr. Haven to continue his business within the second ring, and not exactly in relation to the individual that is known as the Talon of the first ring. We have already placed forward evidence of this particular matter, and we were hoping that...
And you'll see one of the guards immediately press the blade into the imp's throat to cut off his words as the war princess will hold up her finger. I will see into the evidence that you have put forward, Mr. Brasspot. However, should that I find that your evidence is illegitimate, there will be consequences. She'll turn her gaze down towards Roger Howard. As will there be, should I find any illegitimate evidence of your quarry. Should I find any misdeeds or forgery amongst your work, the consequences will be dire indeed. You'll see a slight blinking of red within the eyes of the war princess as she stares towards your father, Professor.
Okay.
Roger will nod for a moment.
Understood, War Princess. I will tell you that my work is legitimate. There will be no consequences handed to me, I will assure it.
As he will look over his shoulder, narrowing his eyes towards the impish-like individual who will merely smile back before being guided back into the crowd towards the left side. Roger Howard will slowly be beckoned to stand once more, before he will once again return, letting out a very deep sigh of relief the moment he returns next to you. A very thick layer of sweat across his brow as he quickly takes his handkerchief, pats himself down. The next few minutes will pass on by as the occasional name is called. Certain matters are spoken upon throughout the entirety of the council meeting as you listen in, waiting patiently. Every now and then, the group will feel a slight tug, a slight pull. And around after the 25-minute mark, you do see that Tullius is starting to look a little bit impatient.
I would say to him in a hushed voice, patience is a virtue. Wait. What's a few extra minutes?
Looks over for a moment, gives a slight nod, takes a deep breath. Seems to hold his course for now. After what seems to be a couple more minutes, there will be a sudden announcement as Daisy, you'll hear, "To Madame Vidalis," as you'll hear the footsteps in front of you. The face will turn, make her way down the line. You see the eyes glance over in your direction for a moment, catching your gaze as the grin will widen for a moment before quickly disappearing into a straight-like face as she will make her way down the center. "Miss Vidalis, it seems that your ongoing research into the creation and ongoing fluctuations of the natural concurrences between the Nine Hells and here. How goes your business with the city of Dis?" "Well, Princess, it seems that I have been quite successful." The voice echoing out soft. However, to you, Daisy, the soft note cuts as quickly as deeply as the cuts on your arm. "My associate is currently dealing with certain matters within the city of Dis as we speak, and she is doing quite wonderful things in the matters of our progress. As it so happens, I am going to continue my research with a new associate that has come across my desk. I am wishing, with the ongoing results of her progress, we could possibly see new possible advantages and new benefits to our research and ongoing progress, to our new procedures." You'll see the War Princess look down for a moment. "I don't believe that I requested or allowed you to have an additional assistant with this particular form of project. What happened to your former associate, and why is she not able to return?" "Well, you see," you'll see Madame Vidalis quickly answer back, "the ongoing procedure has been quite taxing to my previous associate, not allowing her to return to the material plane for quite some time. I would need proper hands, young hands, to ensure that the ongoing projects and procedures will be
much more fruitful and much more ongoingly progressive.
She will quickly pull the hair behind her ear, looking over her shoulder, glancing over towards you, Daisy, and will smile deeply for a moment before turning back towards the War Princess.
I only merely ask that you grant me this permission, and I will get you the results that you wish for.
War Princess seems silent for a moment, considering the options, will eventually nod her head.
Very well. I will grant you a new associate that you may have acquired, as long as you provide me the results that I require in the amount of time. Now please, do continue your research, Madame Vidalis, and try not to request another associate again.
Madame Vidalis will bow her head, giving a slight curtsy in the center of the room before she will turn, once again fixing her gaze onto you, Daisy, before filtering in to the crowd, and will turn.
Anyone who's near Daisy will hear, "This bitch."
After a moment, a few minutes of conversation seems to happen before silence once again filters into the room.
The final matter of this particular form of council, I would like to see and meet face to face with this Queen of Koinos.
Daisy would step out.
You step
Mm,
out
Mm-hmm.
Carrot trip, Daisy.
into
I'm kidding.
Dexterity
Oh,
saving throw.
Oh, you
Would have kicked you in the
you are
face.
so dead. It's
Dude
true.
would have kicked you in the face. I swear he would have.
I'm all I'm gonna ask, Professor. Do you
No, I'm not getting it.
imagine now, just like all eyes, suddenly, Queen of Koinos, I wish to speak with you.
No,
Ah!
no.
Which is likely with my dexterity.
You make
Yep.
your way carefully out. The sudden pressure, feeling the heat in the air as
What
you
do you
step
mean?
out.
I'm immune. I have
As you step out onto the red
necklace.
carpet.
Mhm.
It is not merely the heat itself, but the pressure of all eyes on
Yeah,
you.
the pressure, yeah.
As you step forward, you do see that all eyes directly behind you and all sides of you on both sides of the royal throne room seem to be rooted on you as you step forwards. You step into the small light where all of the collective light sources seem to reflect into the center point where the spotlight rests. Sitting in her throne, maybe 15 feet away from you, raised up onto the dais. Gold still flowing and giving that luminescent glow directly behind her, creating the shadows that seem to rise up to the two curved horns that give that luminescent light and reflective glow. The black shadow of her eyes creating the black piercing red glow of her pupils that stare directly down towards you.
Greetings, Your Majesty. My name's Daisy Amaryllis, Vice Captain of Grave Undertakings. And
There is
obviously give her a bow.
There is a sudden murmur of voices on either side of the throne room as you announce yourself. You do see the War Princess nod her head.
Miss Amaryllis, this name I have heard before.
She'll look over for a moment, glancing over towards Madame Vidalis, who will smile slightly in return before turning her gaze back to you.
I would imagine so. You more than likely met my mother. Although I can't say I have not met my mother in a long time, since I've been out adventuring.
Such a sweet thing, I've heard. Your mother spoke kind words of you when she was here.
She is
But
indeed
now
a wonderful woman.
is not the time for kindness. You see, I find myself in a problem. Daisy Amaryllis, Queen of Koinos. Which there leaves my problem. The title, a name, does not suit someone who stands in a position of such power, who stands in the proper power that has been requested and granted to them, with no manner of respect. Daisy Amaryllis, you are no queen.
Indeed, Your
Not in this
Majesty,
throne
I
room.
am no queen. I am but a humble adventurer.
She'll nod slightly, and you'll see for a moment in the corner of her lips the slight hint of a smile.
Then perhaps you and I can possibly come to an understanding and accord. Whatever power and whatever station that you may have had in this empire of yours, it has no standing within these walls.
Indeed, it does not. Daisy pulls out her pedigree and rips it.
That does, however, come to a standing that those that do have a noble calling do deserve to at least hold a position of power.
She will click her fingers, allowing your pedigree to reform and mend back into your hands.
I do not wish for you to step down. I hear interesting things about you, Queen of Koinos, and your collective group of adventurers, as you may call it. This grave undertaking. I would like to possibly offer a hand. I understand that certain tasks can be done by experienced members of high gracious community. Therefore, I cannot help but find value in the higher standing members of adventuring, such as you may speak. Expert hands, expert minds are very valued in a land that needs them so direly. What would you do if I offered you some form of test? Some form of, how do I say, initiation? To test the quality of thine skills.
I would have to ask, what does it entail first?
Oh, but the most slightest of hand and the bravest of souls to acquire it.
And pray, what to acquire what?
I wish for you to gain me the heart of the storm fire feline. And as she speaks that, you'll hear a collective roar of voices immediately hushing out and rippling out into the large cacophony of the throne room.
May I ask, where is said beast located?
The last that I checked, there was written sightings towards the northeastern islands. It is said that he resides there. He has been causing me trouble for quite a number of time. And more specifically, I would prefer that his heart would be placed upon my throne to ensure that there will be no further occurrences of this particular creature.
Hmm. And pray tell, what would be the time limit in this?
There is no time limit for perfection. And I expect no less from such high-quality adventurers. Especially one that will end up representing royalty. You will notice, especially with your passive perception, Daisy, that little hint of word of royalty had a distinctful hint of venom behind it.
Yeah, I want to insight that. Because my gut is telling me something. 25 for a natural.
The reaction of the crowd and the obvious disdain of the war princess definitely makes you believe that this is not something intended for you to come back from. And especially given the fact that she still, even though you have told her not to announce her as such, she is still calling you a queen of Koinos. There's something there that you can clearly feel that there's something deeper to this. And you have a feeling that the recent reports, especially given that she has been losing a lot of favor over the last maybe number of months, and this new noble that is now represented as royalty has just showed up on her front doorstep. It's very clear that she is throwing down the gauntlet to an impossible task.
Hmm. I look her straight in the eyes and say, well, perfection can be quite the troublesome thing. I do like to have a solid plan of action. However, in the immediate future, it won't be possible. And I'm afraid I'll have to turn down the immediate task, although we may come back in the future for it.
You see the slight smile fade, the coldness returning to her features as she will lean forwards a moment, leaning in slightly as she will fix you with a gaze. What is this? Do I sense cowardice within the voice of a noble of the Empire?
Cowardice, my lady. No. Logic. Currently, we have things to do that require our attention. I am not one to back out from a challenge, but I will not willingly go into a death trap. I've lost a friend to that already.
There is a slight silence to the air before the War Princess's voice calls out directly towards you. Maybe you should be reminded where you are and where you stand, Queen of Koinos. At that moment in time, there is a sudden gathering of voices, sudden groans and shouts into the air as you do see the rest of your group. Tullius is rushing forwards, pushing forwards towards the crowd, seeing that there is a very clear change in the conversation, will push forwards, immediately step in front of Daisy, as you will see him immediately reaching up, ripping off the disguise of scales, and will step forward into the light. There is a sudden widening of the eyes of recognition across the War Princess's face as a few voices calling out from the crowd, some of which are like, "Who is this individual? God, get this man! Who is he?" And then suddenly there is the sudden voice of a collective number of voices from the native side of General Tullius! General Tullius! Is that the first general? General! And quickly, a million voices echoing out to the air as you see Tullius stepping forwards, looking directly towards the War Princess.
Greetings, Irendrana. Been a while, hasn't it? It's like you've seen the eyes of a ghost staring directly back towards you. For those that do not know me,
And he will turn around.
my name is Tullius Avani,
Good lord.
the first general of the Northern Army of Estera and Essrena, and the first general of the 1st Battalion of the rightful king of Estera.
Slowly turns back to the War Princess.
The last time that we spoken, War Princess, I had asked for reinforcements towards the Northern Front, and you denied me that. And because of that, my brother is dead. And because of that, I demand recompensation, reconciliation for my people. If I die here this day, you'll make a martyr of me. But if you don't do what I ask, then you'll have a third front to worry about.
There is a sudden shouting, a cacophony of voices echoing out into the air, as you do see war guards and royal guards immediately rushing on either sides of the War Princess, cutting off the main entrance, as you do see one of the guards immediately moving forwards in a very guarded stance towards Tullius, seems to hold his ground for a moment as if in recognition, before you see a much more armored individual wearing a black and red looking cloak over one shoulder, would immediately shout into the air,
Guardsmen! Send him down!
as the guardsman is indeed going to charge forwards. Is going to try and get Tullius. Let's see. So the Royal Guard's athletics check is this. Okay, Tullius, I dare you to actually do this, man.
Come on, Tullius. Come on, boy. You got this. You got this. I believe in you.
Let's see. I don't think he can. I think it's just a natural 20 that's gonna help him with this.
Exactly. I believe.
And it is a natural 20.
I
So,
believe.
guard steps forward, immediately trying to grab a hold of Tullius as he will take the pole arm, immediately swing around and send the guard forwards, stumbling around, and is now holding the pole arm in his hands and will direct the blade towards the war princess, shouting into the air, "You have killed my family 3 times over, and I will not have a 4th! You will follow my demands, or you will die this day!" Daisy.
Tullius.
Yeah.
You do have that moment where he looks back at you, giving him that slight thing of, if you're gonna do your thing, now's the time.
Yep. I'll
As
go.
he does ready his stance, like lowering down as if to lunge
thing.
forwards.
Do the thing, Daisy.
Yeah. So I'll obviously would like to cast command on Tullius while
Okay.
saying, General Avani, I believe, please lower your weapon. I would like to thank you for stepping in, but you have interrupted my conversation with the queen and threatened her life. So please, calm down. And the command is to drop his weapon.
And he will willingly fail, as he will listen to the command to drop the weapon, as he will indeed drop it, will lower his hands down, still in the lowered motion, still ready to either lunge forward for any weapon that he can or prepare for a defensive stance. As you do see immediately, 2 guards will rush over and will ready themselves, however, do not seem to be immediately rushing in as they were immediately commanded to do so. As you do see the one that is currently standing maybe a good 20 or so feet to the side of the war princess, wearing the red and black like cloak, is still shouting out in Infernal, "Guards, take him down! In the name of your war princess, bring him down immediately!"
I would look at the person shouting, and I'll open up. My good man, it seems there's a reason why people are not charging in to apprehend the general. I would
He is
want
no
to ask-
war general. I am the war general here.
I did not say he was a war general. Let's say former general. General. Pleasure to meet your acquaintance. However, as you can now see, the situation has escalated. What was
Daisy,
once...
you now believe you found your second target.
I know. Indeed. Well, the general is now a bit more calmed, and the situation has de-escalated somewhat. Don't you think it's better to talk this out?
You see him looking at you, looks over at the guardsman, and immediately shouts in Infernal, "What are you waiting for? Kill him!" As you'll see one of the
I pull
guards
out
look
the
over for a
platinum-
moment.
I pull out the platinum
Uh,
coin and say, Your Majesty, I request a one-on-one with you.
You do see at this moment in time, as the general in the back shouts to kill, you do see a whole bunch of the nobility are immediately funneling out of the throne room. There are shouts and calling as the back of the doors are immediately opened, as both Essrenan and Faerunian nobility and the members of the council are being funneled out by the guards by the sudden attack, as you do see a number of individuals seem to be surrounding this large mass of madness in the center of the throne room. I would like to ask, are the remainder of the group staying in the throne room, or are you guys heading out as well?
Can we?
What's the crowd
I haven't
going
moved.
outside or staying in?
You can either merge into the crowd and not be noticed, or you can stay behind and essentially be noticed by essentially what is happening right now. Because those that are
Bane will go
staying
with the crowd.
behind will be recognized.
Yeah, Bane will go with the crowd.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll go with Bannon.
Okay.
I'm staying.
Okay.
I would
Uh,
cast Sending to Dune and say, trust me, just go.
you'll see Roger Howard seems to step forwards for a moment as if to like immediately call out to the war princess. However, one of the guards immediately steps forward, pulls him along, and you'll see the guard like whisper to Roger Howard's side before he will nod and then willingly go along with the guard. Daisy,
Yes.
the human nobleman,
Mm-hmm.
the taller gentleman
Yeah.
that you had seen and allowed you into the crowd, he seems to be staying. He seems to be watching.
Right. Yeah, I just stand there with the platinum coin, asking for the one-on-one to the queen with an adventurer.
The display of the platinum coin immediately causes some of the voices to immediately halt as you see the hand of War Princess Irena immediately raise up and click her fingers. Her eyes rooted to the coin, tilting her head slightly. Miss Amaryllis, how did you get a hold of a coin like that?
Adventuring has its perks. We found it in ruins.
Ruins, you say?
Yes.
Last I checked, those coins were only made in a certain location, from my previous knowledge.
Then I
I
believe
will
you know the
grant.
answer.
Yes, I do. Which allows me to welcome the curiosity to grant your permission of an audience. I will allow this, however, first of all, I must attend to my own personal matters. She'll slowly turn her gaze towards Tullius. I do hope you understand this, noble woman of the Empire Faerun.
Indeed. But I
And you
would request,
understand? She'll narrow her eyes for a moment.
I would like to request that we meet as soon as possible.
We will meet as soon as I deal with this whelp that has decided to finally drop onto my doorstep. Talia Savani, you have been revoked of your title, as I have seen as of late. You are no general of the North. You are merely a little rat that scampered away from his true calling. And I will see you as such. Guards, remove him from my sight, and put him where the rats deserve to be. You'll see the two guards that were hesitant at first will take a step forwards, as one will look over towards you, Daisy, who is currently standing next to Tullius, as if to nudge you aside,
I step aside.
as they will both take Tullius, one of which will take a very special set of manacles that you have seen before, more specifically through the HDM. As you did see that Olive was going to get herself one of these manacles in the past, however, before her her eventual demise. These manacles are placed onto Tullius's wrists, and you'll see the blade of the glaive is immediately placed under his neck. Seeing as you are wishing to favor this little whelp, Queen of Koinos, perhaps I shall allow you the permission to decide this one's fate.
Let him go to jail. Out of sight, out of mind. Because he did say, a martyr is the last thing you need.
I suppose that is the last important hint of information that he has given me. Gods, send him down. And you'll see both the guards immediately taking his arms. You'll look over at Tullius will give you a look of thank you, without saying the words, before he's eventually dragged to the side, to a small doorway to the side of the room, and eventually Tullius disappears behind the closed door. Now, with the coin of Trist's first grantor and creator, she will reach her hand out towards you as a guard will step forwards towards you, Daisy, and will put his hand out for the coin.
I put the coin in his hand.
I may grant an audience with you and who you may choose.
Do I see anybody else in my party still in the room?
Oh, I never left.
Professor is gone. Vannon is gone.
Mm.
Dune is there. You'll see the taller human-like gentleman is there. And you'll notice actually that Dune, you would have not noticed this until now, until Daisy has recognized it. But Dune is wearing Roger Howard's rose.
Smart man.
And obviously Dune would have not recognized it until the moment that he looks down and sees that he's indeed wearing the porcelain white rose on his chest.
I would say Dune, obviously. Just Dune, me, and the princess and the guard can. Actually, no. A guard that she trusts that is not the general.
So you're sending the taller human nobleman out of the room as well?
And trying to make it so she chooses him as the guard.
He does not seem to be a guard. He seems to
Oh.
be just a normal Faerunian-like nobleman.
Do I recognize
Actually,
him whatsoever?
go ahead and roll me an insight check for me, please.
Damn.
It's hard to really get any particular details except from maybe human like features, thick beard, thick mustache, rugged, looks like he's a traveling like man, kind of like the professor's father, but much more rugged. He's clearly like either a retired adventurer or some form of adventurer that has some form of noble line.
No, he has to go. Just me, Dune, the princess, and one guard that she's trusts that is not.
Actually, there is
general.
one thing that you will probably see based on the fact. Actually, I will say that you might have guidance for this.
No, I can't use guidance because I'm concentrating.
Okay. There is one thing that you do recognize, essentially, that is more defined than the others. You see in the brown hair what seems to be a set of shaved horns.
Huh. No, regardless, Daisy can't take the risk.
Okay. Then, with that request, the ones that have been told to leave will be officially escorted out by the guards. Even the first general, which is immediately calling out into the air, "No, what? I will not be removed from this. I must see all official." And you'll see the war princess turn for a moment, fixing a gaze onto him. General Convigar, I suggest that you do what I say at this moment in time. The coin is absolute. There is no exceptions. Lest you wish to speak to the man down below. You'll see the general immediately stop his words at the mention of the man down below, will immediately be silenced and quickly, briskly make his way out of the throne room.
All right.
The throne room is relatively quiet. Now, with the large empty space, a lot of the words seem to reverberate. Even the movement of your footsteps seem to give a slight click or shift whenever you guys speak or move within the large throne room. The small lights on the side of the walls will continue to flicker as she will lift her hand for a moment, causing the flames to slowly grow, allowing the light to create a more warmer like tone instead of the more sinister and serious tone of the meeting council. She will sit leaning back into her throne, where the horns simply rest directly on the top of the throne's back rest, as she will lean back and look over towards all of you. I have a limited amount of time, as my business with the kingdom and ongoing war is limited. However, a coin of the first maker of Trist is always granted an audience to those that have been handed to it. And you will see her reach back, flicking the coin into the golden like liquid behind her, as you'll see the coin slowly melt away into liquid and disappear.
Very well. The real reason why I wanted this is since the needless hostility was getting me nowhere. You think I'm your enemy, but that is further from the truth. The reason I have used this coin is to give you the evidence, because your real enemies, the enemies within, are closer than you think. And I pull out the Zentarum book. Do you recognize this?
She'll look over for a moment, tilting her head slightly before her hand will gently wave the book away. I am not familiar with your Ferunian koinos-like scriptures. No.
This
Is
is
this
a
some
magical
form of
item.
tone to a god that I am supposed to place?
No. This is a book that contains the names, the locations of every operative of the Zentarum. The Zentarum are a group of vile people. They take what they want, they pillage lands, all for the gain of their self-righteous power. In this book, there are 3 agents in your city. You can look at this book. It changes when the main book is changed. The 3 names are Adrien Vadalis, the first general, and the Talon. You may look at this book if you desire, if you wish to believe me. That's how I will start this conversation.
Roll me a persuasion check, please.
Persuasion, not perception.
Hey DM.
Hi.
Hey, would that book be considered a tool for the persuasion check?
No.
Okay.
Let's see.
I would
One
not
sec.
classify the book as some form of toolkit that would relate to this particular thing. I would say it is a object
Mhm.
that could possibly be used. So if there was some form of way of using an object on it instead of like a toolkit, that usually is where the artificer comes in.
Oh no, I was thinking about giving Daisy my Joker for Jack of all trades. It requires a tool or magic item roll though.
Technically, it is a magical item.
All right, Daisy, roll it with advantage and add your proficiency bonus, or double your
So you are
proficiency bonus.
using your Joker
Yep.
to do the Jack of all trades. Okay.
Okay,
Jack of all
so
trades. Joker is expended. You may gain advantage and double your proficiency bonus, if not already, on your next tool or magic item roll.
okay, so I have to add
So
this roll.
go ahead and re-roll this one. Just base roll, because I will just say that the 8 is the first one, this is the second one, but you
Okay.
gain this roll and double your proficiency bonus.
Yeah, so that's an 11. If I'm
It's a plus
using
11.
math right, yeah. I'll just roll it on roll 20.
Yeah.
22.
22. Better. You see her look over towards you. You can see that she is trying to fight or trying to find any reason to not trust you. However, eventually her hand will reach out, and one of the guard that you had requested, essentially one of the guards that had returned after Tullius had been escorted away, you made sure to keep an eye on those two because you know that they at least hesitated against Tullius.
Mhm.
You made sure that this guard, or at least one of the guards, stayed, and he moved over, taking the tome from you. Will carefully make his way over to the first princess, who will.
I'll tell her the page as well.
She'll give a nod. Will inspect for a moment. And if I am to believe that this Zentarum, that you may call it, of who you say, what exactly have they done to my people that you have evidence of?
Well, I'll start gradually then. This is yesterday's newspaper. And as you can see, the second story is about war bond collections. While I understand you're currently embroiled in a war north, your first general put this post out. And yesterday I saw these fellows, and I pull out the picture drawing from Vrek of the toll collectors. These are your collectors, correct?
They are collectors of the war tolls as well as the war bonds that are usually collected by respective members as well as people that reside within the rings of the capital, yes.
The Zentarum are using this same outfit, but it's a illusion to hide this, and I show Harry's of the chain monstrosity or whatever it is.
Harry actually will have stuck around, I will say. He will probably want to have checked out this place, especially
Oh, yeah.
seeing that he saw a crap ton of gold just sitting behind that throne, just
Yeah,
like,
if Harry was
oh,
here, he would have been included.
yeah. But yeah, he will reach out, hand you the finished drawing, which is reasonably correct, especially given that it was dark the first time that you had encountered this particular individual. And the second time you encountered this creature, you blew it the fuck up before you could really get any proper look at him. However, it's basically a very rudimentary drawing of a mixture of a squid person, which has chains around his belt that has basically stick figure like individuals that seem to surround him. You'll see the war princess look down at Harry's drawing for a moment, and for the slightest second, Daisy, you can't help but see the crawling hint of a smile and a giggle escape the war princess, looking down at the drawing before eventually handing it back and returning to the stone cold face that she has been holding for quite some time.
I would believe if the Zentarum are using your toll collector's illusionary outfit, and the first general appears as one of their minions, then what's to say that your war bonds, the currency you're collecting, is not being siphoned off to the Zentarum?
You see a hint of something click in her eyes as you say that, as if two pieces of a puzzle finally were merged together from your words, and will look over towards you. Do you have evidence of this?
I can only provide what I've clicked together through my personal experience with the Zentarum and what you can see. The only other thing that I could also provide you with is from what I learned from good old Roger Howard, that Irene Vadalis and your finance minister have a relationship of sorts. And if she's also an agent of the Zentarum, and it's your finance minister as well, then don't you think there's a paper trail somewhere?
She'll give you a very, very long look. Roll me one more persuasion check, please.
Okay, I still have main hand. Come on. Where is it? Persuasion. 26.
Cool.
Is the rose in that room?
The rose is in the room.
I give him +5.
So 30.
Mm-hmm.
Immediate success. Basically. So yeah, she will look down for a moment, look down at the tome, look over at you. Slowly will filter through some of the pages to inspect a moment. Frowning a second as she stops at some of the pages, will go through, taking a moment to inspect some of the nearby names. Will stop a second. I noticed that some of them are crossed out, some are circled, some are starred.
I would explain the system to her.
Gives a nod, taking the information. God, please take this tome. Try and make copies of this as quickly as you can. We will be using this information as soon as possible. Miss Amarales,
Yes.
I will be no longer addressing you as your previous title. I will be addressing you as the respect of one of the council members that have come to step in within my chambers. I will address you as Miss Amarales in respect to your mother, who is not currently within this presence. When she does return, then I will try and send message to you, seeing as I would believe that you would wish to find audience with her as well.
I rather not poke a bear Madame
What's
Vidalis is the reason why I do not want to poke a bear.
You I do not understand. What is poking bear?
Madame Vidalis holds my mother and my family hostage. And
She'll
these
tilt her head
scars
slightly.
are not from adventuring. And Daisy would actually lower her overcoat and reveal her shoulders, her arms, and the mark on her neck. That is the same one as Madame Vidalis's.
She'll inspect a moment. She'll actually have the guard step forwards and actually bring you up for her to inspect closer. As you do step closer, you do see that she's actually relatively taller than you expected, especially from the distance that you are. As originally she seemed to be maybe 5 foot tallish, but she seems to be reaching that good 6 foot, maybe 6.5. As she eventually leans forwards, taking in the small marks along your shoulders and arms, before
Yeah, which are her
eventually
lower back, chest, arm, shoulders.
she'll take it in for a moment, and you do see that she is clearly inspecting. There is a slight fascination to the black and red eyes that seem to look upon the scars and markings, and you do see that she looks at you almost like a soldier would inspect another. She's checking marks, checking battle scars. She's clearly interested in the markings that has been made across your skin until she eventually allows the guard to bring you back down to the center spot where the spotlight is. I will grant you something that I do not grant many. Because the task that I will provide to you will be surmountable to the reward that I provide.
All right.
Find me evidence of this Zentarum taking from my people, taking from my soldiers. If they are the cause of the ongoing death towards the north, since they are losing a usually winning battle, then I would like to execute the ones responsible for it. Now, if you are able to provide me this information, perhaps I could provide you the means of breaking the chains of your family from their source of anguish, so to speak. If that is what you desire. I, of course, could sweeten the deal and
The only
ensure
other
that
thing I would
the
ask is the lifting of martial law from Annie Gotal, if possible. We do
She'll
a lot of
stop for
trade
a
there.
moment as she
It would be
will
beneficial.
stop her previous statement and will stop. Anne Kotal.
Yes, we are very friendly with that city. And
She'll lean back a moment, inspecting you for a second. You now see, Daisy, that there's a slight shift in her emotions and her stance now.
yeah,
She's no longer enjoying mere conversation. She's now inspecting you, watching you. You say that you retrieved this coin adventuring.
yes.
I know there is only one place that usually still has this coin.
Yes, Trist.
Yes,
We found it on the outside of Trist. Many statues, honestly. And a dragon as well. Statued dragon.
She stares at you. Roll me a deception check, Daisy.
Oh,
Where's deception? Oh, there we go. Oh, good. It's charisma. Shit. Can I use a joker for this?
Do you
Somehow.
have one?
I do.
Okay. What can you use?
Let's see.
I don't think you can.
I don't think, right? See, there's the Jack of all
Nope.
trades, which is magic item, right?
I will
Magic
give
item.
Daisy a +5 to this.
Okay.
I got one left after this, Daisy. Stop messing up.
Yeah. Yeah.
I got one more left.
Okay, yeah. If you rolled a nat 1, you could probably
Yeah,
do
nat
Queen's
1 you could do
Gambit.
Yeah,
Queen.
Queen's Gambit. I was looking at that, yeah. If it's in that one.
It's not an attack roll, not a saving throw, so you can't do Ace in the Hole.
Not a
King
tool
of
or magic
Secrets
items.
is definitely usable, but it's not at this moment in time.
Nah, not using that.
And Jack of all trades is, of course, for magical items and tools. So sadly, a Joker cannot really be used. However, Flash of Genius
Yep.
can be used. So a 5 does make it an 18. Okay, let's see
there you
here.
go.
Here we go. You know what? I'm gonna do it behind the screen. That's more fun.
Yeah, you're making me sweat over here, bro.
Okay.
It's been a pleasure, boys.
She will stare directly towards you. Outside, where the dragon is.
Not where the dragon is. There's Holmes, and there were agents of the what do they call Harper's. They had this coin. Long live a gold and 2 silvers. If my memory serves me correctly, because I did lose part of my memory when the statue touched me. I lost 24 hours to be exact.
She continues to stare towards you. The last I remembered, no dragon ever made it out of Trist.
Well, there was one right there. You can send someone to check.
So, you went to Trist and then left.
You
You
remember
went
what?
all the way into the inner workings of the town and saw the statues in the big door. And as adventurers, you just decided to leave.
No. Remember what Howard said. We are the ones. And we tried to go in.
You are the ones. She'll
Yes,
lean forwards a moment.
we went in. We faced these undead driders.
You hold on, Miss Amaryllis. You say earlier that you didn't go in. Now you say you
No,
went inside.
I did
And
not say my lady. I did not say we did not go in. I was stating we found the coins outside.
she
Don't
will
misinterpret
continue to
my
stare
words.
towards you. And when you went inside, you found this strider.
Yes, there was
Did
this
you
one
find
giant
anything
one.
else there?
Yes. There were these giant statues that forced us to be chased away, since we had battled the Drider and their undead Driders and this. I'll try to describe to the best of my abilities the giant one with like the
Mhm.
wheel on his back. We were out of resources, and this one was quite drunk from Vanderbrock Brew, so we retreated. Then we eventually returned home. Stopped in Annik Hotel and then went back to Respite, where we eventually had to face off against the Zintarim's attack.
She continues to stare towards you, locking eyes with you. However, Daisy,
Yeah.
In the back of your mind, you have a feeling that she is reading right through you. The coldness rushing down your spine, you have a feeling that she knows you're holding back. And you see her twitch her hand, gently tapping her fingers on the arm of her throne, will look towards you, will look over towards her guard. I do believe that this conversation is over. Your audience and your coin has been expended. I do hope it has been worth it, Miss Amorales.
I'll bring you the information you desire from Avon, their home base. And I
Avon?
hope. Yes, Avon is the home base of the Zentarum. And the reason I rejected your initial offer publicly, because we intend to go there. Once we get the information, I'll send it over with Howard.
She continues to stare forwards. Not another word seems to be said, as the guard will eventually step forwards, give you a nod of,
I do believe our time is done here, Miss Amorales. Please follow me.
To bite my tongue or not to bite my tongue? That's the real question. No, we'll get there. It's better not to stir the hornet's nest as much.
you see the guard beckon you forwards, will look over towards Dune, will just give you a look of, yeah, I'm not gonna push you, but will beckon you away as Harry will also look around for a moment, just to quickly start walking over towards you, Daisy, and we'll just lean in, just like, so we're not gonna call for a large amount of resources?
No,
Damn it.
Once
I
they start
came here
following that, I'll
for what I
follow
wanted to
behind
do.
So why was she so pissy at the end? I thought we were all cool.
The martial law.
What about it?
I can explain later.
Great. We'll just take a few notes. We'll look around for a moment, trying to get any details he can from the nearby space, but we'll eventually close his notebook and we'll walk with you guys outside of the throne room. Professor and Vannon. And Vrek.
Mhm.
Oh no, Vrek, you're watching from inside the office.
He's watching from
Professor and
afar.
Vannon, you two are outside, making your way, escorted out, as do the remainder of the nobles, as some of them are conversating outside. The guards eventually do open up, allowing some of the remaining members of the interior council meeting members seem to make their way out, including what seems to be the taller human nobleman who had allowed you guys to enter into the Faerun side. Seems to make his way out. Will give you guys a nod before making his way down and into the what seems to be another carriage, and makes his way down the street into
Okay.
the outer rings.
Okay, so what are we doing, Vannon? It's following you.
After a moment, you do also see, Professor, that your father does seem to make his way out of the throne room and will be talking to a guard before eventually joining some of the other noblemen, starting up conversation. Does
Okay.
not seem to have recognized you at this moment in time, but you
Sure.
do see that he's amongst the group.
Okay. Well, Vannon, is there anything you wanted to do? Trying to get out of there.
Anyone wants to take special attention toward the other people that were leaving. See if there's anyone he recognizes.
Roll me a perception check, please. You look around, checking to see if there's any familiar faces amongst the crowd, any familiar signs of previous encountered individuals. However, the crowd is large. The crowd is of all different varieties of faces, but none of them seem familiar.
I'd like to scan the crowd too. Is there anyone that has an like abnormal interest in us? Is there anyone like staring at us that I can see?
Roll me a perception check.
Okay. Eh,
Looking around, you don't see anyone immediately. However, as you start to just genuinely relax and try and merge in with the group, you do notice what seems to be that pot-bellied looking imp that had interrupted
mhm.
your father's council moment. Seems to be occasionally slipping into view and is very clearly watching you, but also occasionally seems to slip away. And whenever you find him, he seems to be observing your father.
Okay, so he's just hanging around. He's not like leaving or anything.
No, he's just hanging out.
Okay. Okay. Huh.
And you do see that there are a number of native council members, as well as what seems to be number of large variety of not only empire but other civilizations that seem to be mixed in with the exterior forces of the council.
Okay. And
Um, in particular, that you do seem to recognize seems to be a large amount of snake-like individuals that seem to have golden-like jewelry, as well as what seem to be multiple like cloaks. That seem to have been a few groups within the outer parts of the nobility, and you would recognize, especially given that your father has spoken about this particular civilization before, that you would recognize these as Yuan-Ti.
okay.
More specifically, Yuan-Ti from Chult.
Okay.
Hey, I know that guy.
Um,
We all do.
and you would know that essentially that a number of centuries ago there was a very large calamity that was taken care of. However, seems that growing connections between the two civilizations has been growing between not only Essrena but also the empire of the Swords Coast.
Okay. Okay.
Looking around, you can also see what seems to be much darker cloaked individuals, some of which do seem to have relatively dark looking masks. You will see that even though they are carrying camel like mounts, you'll see that a lot of the camels are much darker like textures instead of the much lighter
Or
versions.
are there a lot of like the second ring? Is there a lot of like mask wearing people this far in? Is that that there is?
No. You
Okay.
look around and there is none of those
Okay.
masked individuals, the
Yeah,
gray
kind of
and
figured.
silver cloaked individuals. None. You do not
Okay.
see. However, these cloaked and partially masked individuals with a slight turban like hats, you would recognize to be from a denizen known as Barovia.
Really? What? Okay.
And they seem to also be making the travel and connections to Astera, it seems.
Okay. God, what?
So,
They're not Vlaki, right? What's the actual name of those people?
Velaki?
From is it no
Yes.
from the is are they the Vlaki? Is that what it is?
They are.
I just can't remember because I did the fraud thing a while ago. Roma, like gypsy people. Yeah,
Yes, they are. Indeed, they
they're
are.
yeah. I don't. Ivlaki, I think, is the name of a town. I'm sorry, I'm getting sidetracked.
It is indeed the traveling noblemen of those gathering tribes of
Okay,
Barovia
okay. Is it
that seem to
possible?
have reached out to here. Yes.
Yeah, that's odd. But is it possible? Can I um put my hood up, kind of blend into the crowd, and get to a vantage point where I'm confident the man can't see me, but I can keep an eye on him?
By all means, go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
Okay.
Uh, by the way, the name of the people are the Vistani.
Yeah, there we go. The Vistani.
They do seem to be Vistani nobles and chieftains, yes.
Okay.
That seem to be conversating amongst themselves. That seem to be merged and intermingled with a large crowd of nobility that seems to be conversating amongst themselves here. You're easily able to disappear amongst the crowd using your own means of disguise to essentially make you look like you're having a conversation in part of the group, but occasionally look over the person next to you's shoulder and glance over towards a small impish like individual. After a moment, as he will step away from observing your father, he will actually step around for a moment, stop a moment, will look around, and will actually start to look confused before he will actually try and start to stealth himself.
Here we go. The game's afoot.
What is your perception? I need a
Not
perception check,
great.
please.
Perception check. Or you just want my passive?
Let's go for passive for now, unless you're actively wishing to try and perceive him.
We'll get 15. We'll start with that.
15. He disappears amongst the crowd.
Damn. Can I try to like find him again in the crowd? He just gone.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check, please.
Okay. There we go.
Looking around for a moment, trying to check the areas. He's gone. You look around, trying to
Okay,
keep
good.
to your crowd for a moment. You look for a moment. You see the tail of the imp disappear behind a small group. But as you look over in that direction where he had eventually reemerged from that group, he doesn't seem to emerge at all for that
Okay.
moment in time.
I get just for the moment, as I'm waiting for everyone to come out, I'm just going to try to keep as low profile as possible and keep an eye out for him.
Okay. You look around, and for a moment, you're trying to see where he is, and then you feel a brushing directly behind you, and you see that the
shit.
imp is walking directly behind you and does not notice that you're a part of that group.
That's good. Okay. Am I okay? Okay. So he's walking by me. Is there anything I can see on his belt or anything that looks like, is there maybe like a scroll case or anything on his
You
belt that I think would hold like
roll me an
or just
investigation check, please.
okay.
This is you fully like doing the crouch motion directly behind him,
Yes.
like the pickpocket. Like, what do you have in your pockets, my guy?
Oh, this is gonna be please. Ah, 8.
Quickly observing, you do see that he is wearing a belt and a small set of very dark looking pants. No shoes, no shirt. Very rotund, very like bulging out belly that seems to wrap over the front of the belt as he moves along and seems to hop along. You do see what seems to be a very dark looking curved dagger on one side of the belt. What seems to be a small spell scroll right next to the dagger. And then on the other side, you see what seems to be a small coin purse,
Okay.
and you see what seems to be another smaller holster like sheath that seems to hold what looks like a wand.
Oh, okay. So he has no idea I'm here. Just hear me out on this. Can I
He
get
has no idea, and he's like grumbling out something in Infernal, and he's like looking around, clearly trying to figure out where you are.
if I try to lift that spell scroll, can I get advantage on sleight of hand because he has no idea I'm here?
Yes.
Perfect. Let's do it. Nice.
Okay. You snatch the spell scroll, allowing to take the scroll itself out of the loop of the belt without him noticing. As he steps away, you quickly pull the parchment into your hand, roll it up, and quickly slip it into your inside jacket pocket.
Excellent. And then I will again try to stay hidden from him and maintain eye
Mhm.
contact with him.
After a while, there is the voice of the imp that just shouts out, "Fucker!"
Yeah, definitely gonna stay.
And you'll see him immediately rushing back in the same direction, quickly looking around. Roll me a stealth check, please.
Okay.
You see him move quickly, like going back in the same direction, bumps into you for a moment, looks back, sorry, and then continues forwards, not noticing that he just bumped into you.
Good.
But will continue along and does not seem to have noticed you.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna
After a
try.
while, you'll see a lot of the crowd beginning to disperse as the guards seem to call out an infernal form of direction. As you do see Roger Howard looks around for a moment, seems to call out, grave undertaking, Rudiger, my dear boy, let's head on home. Time to head out.
Okay. Yeah, I'll I guess do I want to go? No, you know what? I'm going to again just like as sneakily as possible. Like, do I see the carriage?
You do see the carriage.
Yeah, I'm just going to as
Sleep
sneakily as
is at the door, already holding it open. You can see that he's actually standing there, but his head is down low, as if he's already like fallen asleep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna make my way into the carriage as sneakily as possible, and even if I can spot that guy, keep my eye on him.
You look around. You do see as the crowd is dispersing, the imp-like fellow is walking around, still looking for you. And as your father is calling out, you'll see him look in your father's direction, seem to inaudibly curse something under his breath, and start to disappear amongst the crowd and starting to make their way to their own respectable carriages.
Perfect.
The moment you step inside, you hear the slight snorting sound of Fleep just, what's going on? Before
Please,
you're able to find your way into your carriage.
I'm going
What?
to.
What? Weren't you supposed to be inside of the council meeting by now?
It's over.
It's over.
Yeah, you slept through it. I guess. I mean, good.
I
Good on you.
did. Oh, I'm sorry. Is the masters okay?
Yeah, no, actually, yeah, no, we're fine. If you
Oh,
can, I'll mind the door here. If you can just go tell father that I'm in the carriage.
of course, sirs. Of course, sirs.
And he'll quickly like straighten himself out. You'll see that the sunflower has indeed wilted and like bent over slightly due to the fact he's been sleeping on it, and the bow
Sure.
tie is at this moment in time very off kilter. And he will quickly just bustle away in the genuine direction of your father, who seems to be slowly beginning to gather whoever is nearby. Vannon, are you doing anything during this time?
Nope, just kind of walk around in circles.
Okay. You look around, a few council members, a few council members and nobility that you relatively recognize from Faerun. a few contacts that you've had in the past and a few conversations in quiet and locked rooms that you've had occasionally on passing, but nothing of major note that you seem to recognize from any of these individuals that you see. You look around, keeping a close eye out for any familial ties that you would respectively see at this form of council meeting, but no signs seem to show up at this moment in time. You keep an eye out, trying to keep yourself relatively unseen while trying to keep your eyes open and observant. Nothing seems to really pass on by eventually, as the remainder of the nobility seems to slowly disperse to their own carriages or their own personal residences. And you can see eventually that the professor's father seems to be calling out and gathering your group to head on back to their respective residence. I'm assuming that you join, Vannon, or are you wishing to do your own tasks?
Banning will join.
Okay. For those that were inside of the throne room, you are eventually escorted out by the final guard, who will eventually escort the additional guards inside of the main throne room as you see the blistering white light of the sun directly above you after being inside of the darkness for so long. You have returned from the council meeting, of course, by the plan, with one less than you had originally entered.
Do you have to go? I hear your rides outside.
I'm surprised you can have heard that. Holy shit, this is a good mic. Anyways, so
That's why I asked if you had to
anyway,
go, because it sounded like they're like right at your door, you know?
I know that wasn't even close. That was a ways away. Anyways,
Boom, boom,
shit, they found me. Anyways, so sir, you're under arrest for fudging all kinds of dice rolls and having a hacked amount of dice rolls on roll 20. You keep getting over 15 on every single tag. You can't have this anymore, man.
Yeah. I
Anyway.
told you it'd catch up to you.
Anyways, so you will respectively leave. The guard will beckon you back to the main entrance, no longer with Tullius. You guys will be escorted down, as you do see, as the noblemen begin to disperse, you do see the taller gentleman that you had seen before makes his way into his own carriage, and that carriage seems to slowly pull away along with the others. The professor's father will look up the stairs, smile, and beckon to all of you. Greetings! Wonderful to see all of you. Did everything go well? I know you caught upon this coin that you had. Thank goodness that you had it. I didn't think that you'd have something of that particular value.
It may have backfired.
How so? You'll see him quickly turn and
let's
beckon
get-
you towards the
Let's
carriage.
get in the carriage first.
Yes, I agree. Right now is the perfect time for some very hard liquor.
I second that.
And he will immediately beckon all of you to the carriage, where you do see Fleep has already started to rush and bounce his way over.
Sirs, Master Sirs, it seems that the young masters, Rudiger, is already inside of the carriage awaiting you. We are all ready to head on out.
And you'll see Roger will nod slightly.
Thank you, Fleep. Do get yourself ready, and we'll be heading on home.
As we
Yes,
get in-
sirs, of course, sirs.
Is there any paparazzi left?
You do see that there is quite a few of the paparazzi that are currently still shooting out devices and holding out ones. You can actually see Madame Vidalis is currently speaking to one of the individuals that is currently holding a wand directly towards her. As you do see, a floating device seems to be slowly rotating the two individuals in some form of conversation.
Oh god, intrusive thought.
You do see that there's a number of other individuals that seem to be a mixture of native council members as well as other council members that seem to be separate from each and every one of the Desens, including Chult of Barovia, Faerun, and Essrena. Each seems to have some form of connection or possibly relation to the ongoing news and representation inside of the council meetings.
Hmm.
As you are looking over, you do see Miss Fidelis glance over towards you, Daisy.
I
Give a
her
slight
smile.
wave of her hand before turning her gaze back to the reporter and continuing their conversation.
As she turns around, I would say, former mother-in-law, I hope you stay well. As I get into the carriage.
She doesn't even turn in your direction as she continues the conversation with the wand directed towards her.
I did what I had to do. Paparazzi gonna eat that shit.
You quickly close the carriage door as you immediately hear the rumbling sensation and the sudden chugging of slight smoke coming out of the exhausts at the front of the carriage, as immediately the sensation of rumbling begins to hitch as you guys move forwards. The professor's father immediately steps over towards the decanter of uh, golden like liquor and immediately pours out a few cubes of ice into a glass and pours himself some liquor, sits himself down, allowing you all to relax as he does move over and reach over to a small dial on the wall, causing the temperature to once again turn into a much cooler room temperature instead of the much heated exterior.
Now, you said that you had a bit of an issue.
As he will click his fingers, the door of the carriage will close and the blinds will lower.
Well, I succeeded in showing her that she had rats in her house. All she asked me is to get the hard, concrete evidence that the first general and Fidalis are colluding and draining the war funds and actually causing the war to stagger so that they can siphon away their money. So that was mostly a success since we still need to get the hard evidence. When she started talking about rewards, she's like obviously offering to free my family by obviously taking down Vidalis. Instead, I asked for Annie Kotal's lifting of the martial law. They've done a lot for us, and
Oh.
I can't turn my back on them.
He'll lift his glass for a moment, inspecting the liquor inside.
If you don't mind me asking my own personal questions, Daisy, why exactly did you ask for the liberation of Anna Kotal?
The reason Annie Kotal is under martial law is because of us. We were too
He'll
reckless.
stop for a moment, look over the brim of the glass, and will take a slight sip, but will give you the waving motion to continue.
Do you know what
That's a Muffin Man. No.
the yes, indeed, the Wolfman. What the first princess fears the most?
Apart from, of course, the possible defeat of the North.
He'll take a moment to consider the option.
I would say Probably the popularity of the third sister.
Yes, indeed. And what were to happen? Oh, I don't know if prophecy said by the seventh sister asked for her third sister to be installed as the monarch.
You see a slight click of realization, of recognition appear and spark in the professor's eyes as he will lower the glass, lean forward. No. Don't don't tell me that that you found her.
I made a deal with Unlagni that I would at least try to save the third princess.
Okay, so you've
Don't forget about
met
that.
the third princess. You've actually met the third princess, and dare I say it, you've
Met, unpetrified, and hired just to have herself get kidnapped by the Zentarum as I look at Vannon.
excuse me, and he will just immediately
Oh, boy.
stand up. You did
Oh, boy.
what?
I hired royalty. So what?
He will immediately start pacing it back and forth between the chairs as he is immediately rushing his fingers through his hair, and he is just muttering through his under his head lips,
Oh, we are dead. We are dead. We are so dead.
Oh,
We are
don't.
super dead. We
She
are
does
do
not know
know.
about the prophecy. Calm down.
Does she know?
The location of his sister? Hell no. Does she come to think that I know her? She may be or not. Maybe. She definitely knows I saw her.
Does she know the location? What do you mean by the location? Like the previous location of her? Everyone knows that the third princess died on her way to Trist. Or disappeared on her way to Trist.
Yes. Some dumbass drunk person let it slip that she was in Annie Kotal. That's why Annie Kotal is in martial law. They saw us
Who
when
would
we
be
were
dumb enough
leaving.
to say that?
Some drunk ass dude who was having a fun time at the spit house. Probably.
will slowly turn his gaze towards Dune.
Not him.
Don't look at me. I don't talk to no fucking buddy.
No. He's clean.
Apologize if I say that I find it hard to not find the comparison. Anyways,
I just take his bottle of whatever he has and I start drinking out of it myself.
don't take that. It's extremely expensive, and he'll just like just throw his hands in the air. Fuck it all.
You did that to yourself. But still,
Dune,
obviously,
you
she would.
immediately chug down the liquor that immediately tastes like fresh cherries.
Ooh. I like this.
And the moment that you start chugging it down is the moment that your mind feels it.
You hear from the
As
rose.
it
I
is
don't.
heavy.
I don't think it was me. I don't even know what you're talking about.
So,
Oh, I forgot this thing was even here. I kind of like thump it.
you said, based on the reports given by my dear Rutger here, that you had gone from Trist and had returned to Anakotal.
Mm-hmm.
He gives you a very long look after mentioning that.
We obviously left Anigotal to go to respite. Found that it was being attacked. So we left her with Ilne.
And she remains with Ilne.
Oh hell no! She's currently held hostage by the freaking Zentarum in Haven.
How? How?
Allow me to introduce Vannon. He had something that was
Looks
spying on
over
us.
towards
Oh
Vannon.
God, here we go. Sometimes things are just best left unsaid. Here we go.
You see, our good friend here had something that was spying on all of us. And so that's how they knew. Because they were spying on him, and so they spied on us.
Okay. At this moment in time, Roger Howard is immediately flicking his hand as his wand appears from his wrist and into his hand. Looks over at Vannon.
Respectfully, dear boy, stay still.
Vannon, roll me a wisdom saving throw, please. Fail.
Wow.
As
Really an 18.
he casts the spell, you feel yourself freeze up in place. He will immediately start walking
Wait,
over towards
It,
you.
it, was it a charm spell?
Let me see. I don't believe so, no.
If it's hold person, probably not.
It is hold person.
Whole person's a charm, isn't it? It's not.
No, it is not.
No, it's
No,
not.
it's a
Charm condition.
No,
like a
charm has
condition.
to have the condition in the spell.
And he is going to immediately start casting some spells around you. And
Meteor
will
swarm, disintegrate.
Time
small
stop.
runes will begin to appear directly around you, Vannon. And eventually you will feel a flick of his wand and the sensation of your muscles will return. However, you have a strange sensation that the spaces between the runes are not air. You feel a slight feeling of solidarity within this wall of runes.
This young man will now be able to speak and still communicate with us. However, any particular enchantments or remaining forms of magical traces will be removed at this moment in time.
You know, this is the third time this happens, and I'm not surprised, Vanit. At this point, I'm sorry for having such a big mouth.
Vannon, you do return to your normal self. You're able to move. However, if you are trying to reach out and move beyond the runes, you do feel a warm sensation along your fingertips. And the moment you try and press, it feels like there's a small barrier in the air that keeps you in place. In this small, maybe 10 by 10 circled space.
Do I see outside of the barrier?
Yes, you do. You can
Okay.
still see outside, and actually, Howard is going to be nice enough to click his fingers and cast Summon Lazy Boy directly underneath you. To allow you to at least relax at this moment in time. However, will confine you within the circle of runes.
He is able to communicate with us, speak, and at least not cast any spells or any form of enchantment that would stop us from communicating properly. By the way, my dear boy, if you do try to do anything rash within there, it will only harm you in the future.
I will say, Professor, you can roll me a history check, but it's a very high DC.
I can. Okay.
Yeah, this is your
Okay.
father.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I'm definitely curious what's going on. History, my specialty. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You know that this is one of your father's special techniques.
Sure. Okay.
You've
Fair enough.
heard about it before, and you know essentially that is known as the runic cage.
Okay.
It's usually meant to confine and stop spellcasters, and usually use their own spells against them while they are in the confines of the cage.
Figures. Okay.
You don't know exactly what happens. You just know that usually if a spellcaster uses anything inside of the runic circle, usually the spells affect them instead.
Okay.
So yes, continuing the story. Once we reached Zanizul, then he had this connection removed. Then we went back to Respite just to find out that she got herself kidnapped. Because she opened the door when she didn't have to open the door. And now we're here. On a haunting rescue mission.
So, if you may allow me to ask, how exactly were the Zentam aware that the princess was in your residence?
They were spying on him. There was this thing that was, I think, an eye of some sort.
It was a stupid eye.
So yeah, it was probably like a scryer's focus or something along those lines.
Very well.
But it's no longer this world.
He'll look over a moment. Will step forwards. Valen,
Yes.
my dear boy, were you telling the whole truth to your friends?
Absolutely.
Do-do-do. Okay. Vannon. Roll me a charisma saving throw, please.
Oh, this line. Well,
Oh wow, that's not that bad.
No, it isn't.
minus 1.
-1.
So 17.
So 17, which does sadly fail. As you speak those words, your tongue suddenly starts to go numb.
Good or bad?
You see, usually, my dear boy, when you stand in the runes, they don't like liars. They don't like false truths. So allow me to try and speak this again, my friend. Were you telling the whole truth to your friends?
And you'll see him flick his wand, and the feeling of your tongue seems to return, allowing you to speak.
As far as I know, yes. I think they know everything.
Been honest with us thus far.
Yeah.
I mean, after the incident, of course.
Okay. Hold on. I need to know if Van remembers this or not. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay.
I almost gave him +5 to that save. I'm like, nah, that guy's a jerk.
Dude, I was like waiting for
I got one left. I'm like, nah, that guy's a jerk.
Dude, it's like they has her moments where she's like really well composed, and it's like next moment it's like, well, let me tell you everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And man, she still has those noble tendencies sometimes.
Sure.
Getting better. Like the audience room. I could have died.
Oh man, Olive would have had a blast in that room, man.
Oh, dude,
I would have gotten
I'm
us in so much
100% sure.
trouble.
Dude, you would have gotten arrested.
Yeah,
Like
it would have been
straight up
great.
arrested.
I would have been arrested. You guys would have been arrested. Your father would have been
Everybody's
arrested.
arrested.
His father would have been arrested.
Yeah, no, it would have been wild.
It would have been great.
He will look at you again, Vannon, as sure. I will allow you to make another charisma save.
That was gonna be great.
Your
Fantastic.
tongue goes numb as your tongue grows thick and fills your mouth to the entirety, making you unable to speak as you see him tilt his head slightly, will look over towards you, Rudiger.
It seems he's not being as truthful as you originally thought, my dear boy.
I mean, he's always been kind of a secretive guy. I don't know.
And he will quickly
Like I said,
turn,
he's been pretty straight
step
after the incident.
forwards, and will step directly in front of you, Vannon. And you feel his hand reaching down as one of the runes begins to crackle, and you feel a slight burning sensation begin to rise within the confines of the runic circle.
I will allow you to speak one more time. And then the next thing that will be coming out of your mouth will not exactly be as pleasant. I would not like to do this in front of my son. However,
It tells me 9,000 mind.
I would like to have the truth, especially now my family is involved. What are you not telling them, Vannon?
And he will twist the wand, allowing your tongue to return, allowing you to speak.
I'm going to use my telepathy to talk to him and actually tell him.
He will reject your telepathy and will smile.
No, no. Speak.
I will start speaking everything in abyssal.
I cast tongues.
I already know.
Actually, that's actually a funny thing that he's already prepared for. So as you start speaking in abyssal, he will point to one of the runes in the runic cage and will immediately force you to speak common.
This thing has everything. I love it.
Beep us to the punch.
Essentially, instead of you speaking infernal, the rune will actually start to translate everything you speak into common. It is essentially a tongues rune.
I think I'm just out of ideas now.
Come on, Magic Man.
So, Vannon, I will allow you at this moment in time. You can see that there is a number of 8 runes currently surrounding you, each that have their own magical qualities. If you are wanting to, I will allow you to roll me an Arcana check to see if you recognize any of these runes, to recognize what these spells are. Okay. So, you can see out of the 8 runes that are currently surrounding you, you recognize 4 of them. You recognize that there is a sleep rune. There is a tongues rune. There is a zone of truth rune. There is a hold there is a hold monster rune, which does include hold person. And those are the ones that you recognize. The other ones you believe to be much higher ranking spells that are currently being placed.
Did you say higher ranking?
Higher ranking spells that have been placed into these runes surrounding you. So basically, that you would believe that there are runes that have level 6 or higher spells placed into the other 4 runes surrounding you. However, you know that there is Hold Monster, Zone of Truth, Tongues, and Sleep.
And how large was this? It was 10 by 10, basically.
10 by 10. It is a 10-foot radius, like circle. Around 10 foot high.
All right. Vanna finally will say, Daisy told me to tell the Zentarum where the princess was.
He'll turn to Daisy, tilt his head slightly.
Dude's eyebrows just raises. This confusion.
Vannon, roll me a wisdom save.
You hear from the rose. That doesn't make any sense. I thought Daisy didn't want the Zentarum to know where the princess was. Daisy, why would you do that?
I'll use my
Hold
point
on.
of 15. I'll use my point of 15.
Point of
and plus
15.
5 will be 20.
20, that does succeed. You are actually
That's
able to get that
finally-
lie across.
Finally, someone oh, what?
The lie, you are actually able to say anything without triggering the rune. So at this moment in time, everyone believes that that is the truth that's come out of Vannon's words. And Roger Howard looks and turns his gaze towards Daisy.
You see Daisy's face, like, how did he do that?
What is
Again.
going on with this
Again.
party?
Vannon, don't fuck
Daisy.
with me, Vannon. Yeah.
Roll me a... Yeah, go ahead and roll me a wisdom save, please. Succeed. You see the same large circle of runic, a large circle of runes appear directly underneath you, and you're able to immediately break the shell that surrounds you as you see Howard look towards you, hold his wand out towards you, and just look over towards you. Miss Amaryllis, I suggest you do not struggle.
I suggest
prefer-
you rethink what you're doing, Howard. He's making us infight.
I rely on my magic, and that magic tells me the truth.
It is a lie. And I will not subject myself because I know it's a lie. I prefer my freedom above all else.
Is that why you sacrificed hers?
I never
Holds the
sacrificed
wand
hers.
directly towards you.
What did you do? What did the both of you do to her?
I didn't do anything. You know
I'll
what?
kind of step in between.
You know
him
what?
and
Daisy
Uh,
actually. No, Daisy pushes Dune aside, steps right up to Howard, grabs the wand, and puts it to her chest.
Okay,
it.
if you're stepping towards him, I need another wisdom save.
Yeah, yeah.
The moment you step forward and push Dune aside, the circle of runes immediately ignite directly underneath you, encasing you in the large sphere of runic like enchantment, placing you inside as both you and Vannon are placed into your own separate circles. As you push forward and slam against the invisible barrier, you see his wand immediately turn to Dune and just give a look of, "Don't make me."
Leave it, Dune. This one's too
Rutiger,
dramatic.
I would prefer if you do not give me a reason not to have a bad memory of us right now, so I suggest that you do not pull any trick.
Looks around a
Your
moment.
tricks been pulled on you. I sit back down.
I'd prefer to have a conversation where I understand, where everyone is telling me the truth. And so
I'm a
far,
Harper. Why would I lie about
because Harpers are told to lie if they need to. They are spies, Miss Amarallis. Regardless of the fact they have been told to tell tales if they have to, in respect of the crown and the empire. It does not matter if you're a Harper or not. That gives you all the more reason to.
But you just put me within these runes, and my tongue's not inflated now, is it?
He will stare towards you for a moment, inspecting. Will narrow his eyes.
You know what? Here's the truth. If you want to see that your magic works, I was born in the Elden Reaches. I'm the eldest of my 4 siblings. 2 of my siblings died in a tragic experiment where I also was a guinea pig and became the first successful subject of Madame Vidalis. I now carry a rune that is only passed down through the bloodline of the Vidalis family. My mother is in the 2nd layer of hell, and I'm sure that Vidalis left her there. She holds my little sister captive back home. Who knows what she's done to my father? So tell me, is your magic working or not? Because you know why I hate being restrained to magics that tell me to force with the truth. To be restricted is because I spend months in a jail being experimented like a guinea pig.
See, his eyes are continuously drifting to one of the runes in the circle. Will glance over to Vannon over his shoulder. Will look back over towards you, Daisy. Before eventually will flicking his wand and the runes will disappear from underneath both of you.
So, one of you
Looks around.
told the Xantarum that the princess was in your residence. And what exactly does that have to do with you and Avon?
She's being held in Avon because they wanted our attention, and so they took her to force our hands. Our former friend Olive wanted us to go to Avon, but I convinced the party to go to Zanizul and then go to where was it? To the green, to the source of the green to destroy it. When we were in Zanizul, we found out that she had been captured because an archdruid, which I'm currently forgetting, she found that Vannon had this connection. And then I contacted her, which confirmed my fears.
He
Olive
will
was right.
slowly begin to pace for a moment, tapping his wand against his side. Will look over at you, Rudiger, give a slight shake of his head of one hell of a day, and will eventually
Nod
go
to him.
back over to his chair, retrieve his glass, take a long swig before eventually slamming the glass down onto the table, which you find that he's completely finished his glass.
Fill it up again for him.
Eventually,
Thank you, dear boy.
Yeah, no, I know how you feel.
So, you're saying that the third princess is currently in Avon, currently captive by the Zentarum, because they want your attention. Why do they want your attention?
I think the only person who knows that fully would have been Olive. But my assumption is because we disrupted their trade in Fort Radian. They had a base. They are working with the chain bearers, and I think the Shattered Bolt. I think is what the slavers' names are.
The
They were
Shattered Vault I'm familiar with. Chain
Yes.
Bearers I'm also familiar with. I thought the Chain Bearers had been disbanded and dispersed ever since Fort Ridian had been destroyed.
Oh no, that was their
Nope.
forward operating base. And their Grand Master, whoever he is, the thing we destroyed was his construct. The real him is out there somewhere. And so is his second in command, Silas. I'm sure of it.
More than likely, this Grand Master that you speak of, he might also reside within Avon as well.
Never gets easier, because Avon is their hard point. And we
Okay,
have to go capture whoever Harry needs for his mission, and also rescue her. And what's his name again? The freaking
Lisbon.
Lisbon, yeah. Lisbon as well.
I see. Well, sorry to say I can't really help massively.
All we
with
need
your
is the
particular
disguise.
expedition.
Yeah.
Disguise. What kind
Yes.
of disguise are you needing?
We already talked about this, the ones you were going to provide us.
Oh,
Clothes.
those. Yes, of course. Actually, speaking of that, I did actually get a few of them that should be arriving in the next number of hours.
Good.
He'd
And
actually open
we leave
his
tomorrow.
small little notepad, check it for a moment. Actually, they will be arriving in the hour. He'll quickly rush over to the window, pull the window down, and will shout out to the outside, "Philippe, get us back home on the double!" And you'll hear the engine roaring and the slight jostle of the carriage as you seem to be now growing in speed down the road.
Tullius is just gone now.
Tullius is gone.
Right. God damn
Yeah.
it.
The last time that you saw Tullius, he was
Yeah.
being dragged away by two guards to a
Yeah.
small side door of the throne room, which you assume to be leading down to the dungeons underneath Estera, which you know is essentially his original plan, is to
Yeah.
be captured and sent down.
Yeah. Okay.
Right. So, since we're all being aware of each other, we will probably be arriving back to my place in the next number of hours. You're free to rest up however you wish. However, I do believe that you have business to attend to. So, if you are needing these outfits, they will be back home at my residence whenever you wish to return. If you're also needing transport to Avon, I could possibly also provide that as well.
How fast could
Be
you
nice.
get us to Avon?
That depends. What are you wishing to be less noticeable or
Less noticeable.
less noticeable? Let me see.
And he'll quickly look out for a moment, quickly look up towards the sky.
Yep, clear as day. Sorry to say, I don't think I can provide that form of service. Perhaps the ground should be best.
Walks
'Cause
over. And will actually look over towards you, Rudiger. Will look down at the compartment that he's in.
Rutger, my boy,
Yes,
got a scratch.
certainly. Of
He'll,
course.
he'll smile for a moment.
I'll make sure that Fleep makes his way over if you're needing for it to be picked up. However, I will go ahead and leave my carriage to your group's disposal for the
Excellent.
time being.
Fair.
But again, got a scratch.
Yeah, no. As spanking news the day you bought it.
What is
He's
right?
handing you his freaking 1960s Ferrari right now.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, he will eventually nod, and after a while of small conversing, he will eventually go back to his chair and sit down towards his drink, and will await the return to the residence. You will have at least around about 2 hours until you return back home. Is there anything anyone wishes to do in preparation before you make your way back to the second ring?
Don't think so. I mean, I've got nothing.
Did we get a description of the merchant that his kids are currently with the other family?
The Snivius family?
Yeah, I think the twins, whose dad is a merchant.
Oh! Yes, give me one moment. Oh gosh. Let me double check my notes real quick. I actually need to get out the paper notes real quick here. Give me a second.
Not the ledger.
The ledger! The ledgers! Let's see. Yes. You know him as Crasher the Rock.
Right. And they didn't give us any descriptions.
No.
Right. I would ask Howard, does he know a Crusher the Rock?
I'm familiar with the name, yes. He is essentially one of the more native noblemen. He specializes in the foundries and masonry. Usually is involved in the matters of, I believe he is usually originated in Khan Tulin.
Do you know if he's in the city right now?
I do believe so. He was currently attending the council meeting earlier.
Could you get him to meet us in your house tomorrow, by any chance?
I do believe I could, yes. For what reason?
To return his children to him.
Excuse me?
He'll just take a moment, take the bottle from Rudiger and
I
pour
bought
himself
the
a much
newspaper.
larger glass.
There you go.
And we'll place it back into the decanter. We'll look over the paper for a moment and we'll nod slowly.
I see.
And we'll quickly inspect the other names for a moment.
Yes, I do recognize these people as well. Yes, I do know these people. I could possibly send them to you if you're wishing.
Well, yes. I want to at least return these kids immediately, if possible. If the rest of these, and I obviously tell them about the other parents, they're in the city as well. It'd be beneficial to return them to them.
I believe all of them are currently in attendance, at least from my recollection.
Well, then yes, it'd be great to reunite the kids with their parents.
I will go ahead and arrange such a meeting. Ah, if you're not here, when they do eventually come around, I'll, of course, discuss the matters with them and, of course, any compensation that might come around henceforth. But if you are here, I will make sure that you are the one to speak with them.
All right. Set them at different times, obviously.
I'll do my best.
Thanks. And then after that, we can leave.
All right. He will wait. Eventually, as you guys do make your way through the walls, you will find that the guards do not seem to check you on the way out, as they did check you on the way in, making the proceedings relatively faster. You do continue to make your way forwards, once again leaving the large expanse of countryside and luscious like green farms, only to immediately return to the very arid looking sandstone like buildings of the bazaar of the trading market. After a while, you'll see the carriage slowly come to a stop outside of the Professor Howard's study. As he steps out, you'll see Fleep standing there, will hand Howard the keys before he will turn, look over towards you, Rudiger, and will throw you the keys to the carriage.
Nice. I'll catch him and slide him in my pocket.
Bleep, make sure that the carriage is fully fueled for the trip.
Then you'll see Fleep will give a slight nod,
Of course, sir. Right away, sir.
and will quickly scatter off to find the fuel for the device, as Howard will nod towards you.
Well, I have business to attend to, and of course, arrangements to keep up.
And he'll look inside for a moment, will make his way in before looking down, and will chuckle slightly.
Oh, and apparently, seems your order just came through.
And he will
Hey.
open up what seems to be two small packages and will immediately reveal what seems to be a number of 8 cloaks and 8 masks that seem to be relatively familiar to the ones that you had seen residing within Avon.
Okay.
You will see a few of the masked individuals will look over at the small glances before he will quickly beckon you all inside and close the door.
All right.
Well, you have your disguises here. I don't see any other reason to keep you around unless you're needing a place to stay.
Well, yes, since we wanted to return the children tomorrow.
Yes. So,
Also, you need to pick me up.
oh,
Sure.
yes.
Yeah, of course.
And we'll
I don't want to
immediately
stay here.
walk
Although the item,
upstairs.
this armor's really nice.
Vrek, you'll be chilling out on the chair as you'll see the Rose camera. Corleone Dune will display Howard will make his way up the stairs, and a few steps can be heard before you see the door open, and Mr. Howard is standing at the doorway. Gives you a slight wave.
Hello there.
Nothing was
Enjoying
touched.
yourself? Yes, I can see that.
Just quickly looks around for
I
a
did
moment,
draw some
making
things
sure that
though.
What?
Mm-hmm. It was on my own paper, but as I start walking out to the group,
Good.
just looks around quickly again, making sure that there was nothing touched or changed. But we'll eventually close the door behind him, and we'll follow you down the stairs.
thanks for not forgetting me.
Of course, Breck.
You guys have returned to the Howard residence. You now
Excellent.
I believe that it's round mid-afternoon. You still have time to do as you wish. However, you are within the second ring. You do know that the Tenivius family's carriage is currently sitting behind the residence that you're currently in. Or at least that's where you left them.
Okay. What was that? How many people do we need for slaughter ball again? Was it 8?
8.
Um,
And you lost Tullius.
yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
The one
Yeah,
guy
that's
that
right.
actually knows how to play Slaughter Ball.
Yep.
Yeah. They didn't know about his plans, though, to be fair. Daisy didn't say anything.
No.
And dude probably
no,
forgot because he
no.
was drunk as fuck.
Yeah.
You look over, Professor. You see the newspaper sitting there with a back page still displaying the Slaughter Ball advertisement
God damn, man,
on
I
full
really wanted
display.
that. Oh, now I'm going to have to pay those. God damn it. I'm going to pay for that. Those black market goods, too, now. God, I really wanted to pull it. Actually, well, I mean, technically, we don't have to play Slaughter Ball to get at that bag. It's going to be a lot harder to put myself in the situation.
So you want to steal it?
I really want to pull out of that bag, but I don't know. Maybe I'll check it out tomorrow.
Still wanting to play Slaughter Ball?
We're kicking the idea around.
I could possibly speak to that friend of yours. Well, speak to that friend of mine. I'm not entirely sure if he'd be down for the game, but he's always interested with certain matters.
Really? Yeah, put the feelers out. See what he says.
I'll see what he's interested in. Usually, I don't believe Choltians are interested in such violence.
Sure.
Lol.
I never know.
Lol, exactly. I was about to say that. Little does he know.
He's a freaking Yanti from Chalt. That's all they do is violence. Violence and slavery. They only have 2 settings. Like
Actually, with the chuckling of like between you.
Oh no, this is
and
above
if
board.
anyone does,
This is above
I
board.
know, but
Vrek has no idea what Chalt is. He thinks it's a dish.
That's fair.
Yes, and he is quite the fine individual. Usually, he's not exactly one for violence. Not originally from the place, but he is well known over there.
Might be interested.
Yes. Usually, when you have a title of all things, it usually has a bit of reputation to it.
Of course.
Apparently, used to be an adventurer, like you.
I don't know why
What
I was
happened
expecting
to
to
him?
have a knee. Yeah, yeah.
I held back my intrusive thoughts, to be fair.
I'm assuming he retired.
Yes, actually. Handed over his favorite weapon and decided to come over here and instead try and find his way into politics. Says it's quite boring. Wishes to get back into the game, but never really has found a good reason to it.
Oh, he's gonna love Slaughter Ball.
He's never played Slaughter Ball, by the way. I don't think so, anyways.
Sure, none of us have. Have you watched? I'm assuming you've watched some of the games.
Oh,
or no?
yes, absolutely. It's fantastic.
I mean, I've never played the game either, like you said, but I think I'd be pretty good at just the name.
I mean, usually when you have people that throw a ball of fire into people's faces and then beat the ever-living crap out of each other, merely for the entertainment of hundreds and thousands, you can find the usual cause of entertainment in front of hundreds and thousands.
See, perfect. I do the same thing, except I throw a flaming axe and I beat them for my own enjoyment.
Yes, and if you had
Something
thousands of
natural.
people surrounding you whenever you decided to fight people, then maybe you'd be a lot more popular.
I just might.
Yes. Anyways, that's Slaughter Ball for you. I'll see if I could talk to my friend about it.
Yeah, do please. We'll still be one short with him, right? If we all play. But
No, you talk to this guy, the big tall man.
who, Ravon?
Yeah, Ravon. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that we do have 8 then, right?
If Daisy decides, yes.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, fair enough. Fair
And
enough.
well, actually, no, we're missing Rec. Rec did say he
Vrek
didn't.
did say that
Yeah,
they
that's
would
what I'm
not.
saying. So we had 7, right? We still need one more.
The only way you can
6 to
convince
7.
me is if neither side takes life.
Heh.
Yeah, you
If
can't,
it goes, yeah.
can't make that promise.
Then I apologize, but I
Yeah,
can't.
no, it's I understand.
Needless. I've seen too much needless death so far, so.
Fair enough.
Howard will actually look over at that. We'll look around for a moment.
I mean, it is the reason why it's called Slaughter Ball, gentlemen and ladies.
Sure. Yeah, I mean that's implied in the
Large
name.
amount of overpopulation, and the only way of getting into a large amount of wealth in the first ring.
Is
If you're
murdering
catching
other
my
people.
Precisely. It's an easy way to cull out the weak and
Don't
ensure those
survive.
that are valiant and strong will able to actually get their way into the upper rings.
Sure.
It is not exactly favored, but it does the job.
Either way, I'll
But it
take
does
no
quite
part in it.
entertaining.
And he will just step away for a moment.
Circus, after all, does need its bread and water.
I have no idea what that means, but sure.
Wait, we're going to a
It
circus?
needs-
I thought you were going to Slaughter Ball. I'll go to a circus.
He will just carefully pinch the bridge of his nose.
Slaughter Ball is the circus. The
You know what
bread
circus is out of
is the food that is provided to the people, and the water is the people.
Do they let you ride boulettes at this circus?
What?
I heard there were
What
boulette
circus?
riding.
Boulette riding? No. But I do believe that they do drake racing.
I don't get it.
Drake racing. They race on drakes.
Oh, okay. Why would anybody... I don't understand your ways.
Usually due to the fact that there's quite an abundance of lizard-like draconic individuals around here. They find it quite easy to use them as some form of labor.
Oh yeah, I took a
And
lot of their
because of the-
scales.
Yes, and because of the fact of that, usually the most fastest of drakes are entered into the arena, where occasionally they either play Slaughter Ball or they have drake races. It's a lot of fun, a lot of gold to be made, but still a lot of violence.
In drake racing?
Yes,
How do you have...
they're wild creatures.
So enslaved creatures are then put into race for sport and possibly die?
Stares back at you. Gives a slight tilt of his head.
You are quite a naive creature for someone who's so smart.
That was a joke. Ha.
Oh boy.
Dude just face palms kind of slowly just.
I hold my hand up as if to high five.
Word will reach out and will indeed give you a high five.
Nice.
Yeah.
Before eventually just gently patting you on top of the head.
I want everyone to feel how awkward he is. Like, do you feel it?
You feel it now, Mr. Krabs?
He will eventually step away and return to his office.
Breck then puts his hand back down.
You're not right.
Beautiful.
That will be the end of today's session, sadly.
Ugh.
You
Meeting
had me
is
sweating
done.
there, man. You had me sweating.
Yeah.
You go the
Casey,
way I
why would
imagined
you
it.
do such a thing? Why would you tell me to do that?
Yeah, Daisy,
Hey,
that's
man.
so weird. Why would you tell the Zentarum to do that?
Daisy has a big mouth,
Crazy.
you know?
Yes.
She actually spilled the tea, you know? It is what it is.
Oh, by the way, Daisy,
Mm,
did you catch it?
the what?
The War Princess. What
I
she
caught it.
recognized.
Yeah.
What she recognized?
Yeah, the questioning about Trist.
I want you to really think for a moment.
Yeah, she did say there was no dragon. And
On
then,
the left.
I'll probably remember later on. Just
I
like,
mean, Vrek, you're free to give
Oh
give
no,
out any
Parkless did.
information.
Vrek did not. Vrek has no
Okay.
idea. Parkless did.
Okay. I mean, if you're wanting to maybe give a small hint, you're
I'm
free
pretty
to
sure
do
we
so.
talked about it, Dan. You said yes, 100%.
oh yeah. 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 It was. Where is it? Where is it? I think I went too far.
Oh man, if Olive were there, she would have questioned her about that so
Oh
hard.
yeah, the shield.
Yeah. She was hinting that we didn't find anything else inside the temple, meaning she knew there was something inside the temple.
Oh yeah, she knew. I'm sure she caused the disaster. Like I'm 100% sure about that. Well, at least Daisy is.
I
Like
wish because you also hired the professor's dad to have us go get that thing.
yeah, like the heart,
You
mm-hmm.
basically said, so first of all, you said, hey, we were at Trist. That's how we got this coin. That was the first thing of like, how did you get to Trist? Why were you at Trist? Then you mention Annie Kotal, the place that's currently under martial law for a
Well,
particular
that was the
reason.
first. That was the first thing.
Right. And
Yeah.
that was that moment of,
Yeah, Arigotal, the
Okay.
coin, ruins. Yeah. No, like Daisy knew that the moment she brought up
and
Anikotal,
yeah,
like everything would change, but like
the
she could
moment, and
not
then
do
it
it
was just
because
that thing of she started to question. So you went inside of the Temple of Trist and you found all these things. There was nothing else that you found.
yeah, like I knew she was digging for like, did you find my sister? Did you find my sister?
Oh yeah.
Like, yeah, no, like the moment Daisy was prepared for it, like, and she was obviously prepared to lie, cause
Thank fuck you did.
yeah. Yeah, no, like Daisy is never going to tell her.
Oh yeah, by the way, that first lie
Mm.
that you said of like, yeah, we never really went inside of Trist.
Did I say that? Like
You
that's why I
did.
was like, did I say
You
that?
you did indeed say that you went into the town, but you never went inside of the Trist, like
Damn.
inner sanctum. You when you deception rolled, she natural 20'd that shit.
Yeah.
So the moment you said that you did not enter, she was like, "Then how did you get the coin?"
The heart was outside.
If Olive were there, she would have been like, "We're from Koinos. Where do you think we get coins from, idiot?"
But no, she would have not been aware of the fact that you guys had found those coins on the members of the Harpers in the Zentarum.
Yeah, and I told her, I'm like, we found them outside. Like, what?
Right. But it was just that connection of, wait a second, I know who makes those. That is the only
Like
way they could have got it.
she was being too 5 head for her own good. Like
She's being smart.
Yeah, she
The
made her own
moment you
stories.
made the link, no, you guys made the link because you said that you were the ones working for Roger Howard,
Mm-hmm.
which she knows exactly what he asked him to do.
Yeah, no, like I took the risk. Like, well, Daisy took the risk. Because, like, honestly, it were up to me. Like, hell no. Like, fuck Annie Gotal, but Daisy's not. Like, it's part of her freaking bond. Like, says I'm like, it has to be this way.
So it is quite clear at this moment in time that she knows you know
Mhm.
about her sister.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So try
And
and
how
keep that
much?
in mind.
Yes, and how much is he willing to push when I can get rid of the freaking snakes in her bedroom?
Mm-hmm.
But she also knows one of my weaknesses. So
Mm-hmm.
we're all enjoying this ball of politics
Cards on the
together.
table. Cards are on the table.
Yeah, no, like we each have aces up our sleeves. We also have our cards in the table. Daisy was the whole time from the start saying, "I'm not a threat to you," but she's so lost into her power.
One has her aces. I'm just sitting here chilling out.
Oh gosh, sorry, hectic man.
That's what you mean.
Oh, he made
You're
popcorn and
chilling, man.
everything, you know.
I mean, yeah, popcorn and
Oh,
everything
yeah.
else. Have a good time listening to Daisy have her own little speech. I liked it. All good and hood here.
Rob, you
Hi.
tell me what scroll did I get?
Sure. You. Oh, actually, you wouldn't know. You wouldn't know. This is a very high level.
Nice,
This is a
perfect.
very strong leveled scroll.
Can
Actually, I
I?
will allow you to roll an Arcana check. Sure. I want you
Okay.
to. You
Are we
can.
leaving town to the tent city by chance?
That
You will
the
probably
next
be
day.
leaving through the tent city. There is only one way in and one way
Hey,
out.
since it's the end of the day, I'll give you my last +5.
Nice.
And you need to watch out for our
What was it?
taxi friend then.
21
21.
total.
21 plus the
No,
5?
with my
or...
+5. Yeah.
With
Oh,
5,
with the...
yeah.
Hmm. Hmm.
Go ahead,
21
Meadow.
total. Okay.
So go ahead, Meadow.
You would know that this is a scroll that will allow you to move between the planes.
Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, baby, that's important.
However, you
Basically.
believe that this particular spell scroll, the origin and the destination has already been determined.
Oh,
Yeah. Okay.
less fun.
Is it obvious that the origin of the destination has been determined, or is it just take a really well-trained eye
Yes,
to?
there is a very distinctful seal that has been placed at the bottom of the spell scroll, which you do actually recognize, since you actually have seen a sigil of this particular plane before.
Really? What is it?
The Nine Hells.
Oh, yes, of course. Okay.
Would it be to the second layer of hell by any chance?
Actually, on quick inspection, you'll find that you can teleport yourself with the spell scroll to any of the 9 rings of the 9 hells.
Oh, mama.
And then when I leave, it'll spit me out at a predetermined location.
You can. So you need to know where you're going, essentially.
Okay.
I think that's the deal with plane shift. Give me a second.
Yeah, that's a one-way portal.
It is
You
a
don't- you
one-way
don't
portal.
have a way
There is
back.
no return.
There's no way back.
But
No.
no. So you and up to 8 willing creatures who link hands in a circle are teleported to a different plane of existence. You can specify a target destination in general terms, such as the City of Brass on the elemental plane of fire, or the Palace of Despater on the second level of the 9 hells. You appear in or near that destination. If you're trying to reach the City of Brass, for example, you might arrive on its Street of Steel before its Gate of Ashes, or looking at the city across the Sea of Fire at the DM's discretion. Alternatively, if you know the sigil sequence of a teleportation circle on another plane of existence, this plane can take you to that circle. If the teleportation circle is too small to hold creatures, they appear at the closest unoccupied space next to the circle.
Okay.
So
What
essentially,
for my
you
inventory again,
can.
real quick. What was it? What's it officially called?
Roll a plane shift.
It is essentially a spell scroll of plane shift.
Okay. Thank you.
Plane shift is like
Please
7th,
continue.
right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I don't get that till 7th. Because I'm
Mhm.
pretty sure clerics get it.
And more specifically, it is a plane shift to the Nine Hills.
Okay.
Interesting that little thing would have a scroll to the plane shift
That's what I
for
was
the Nine
It was
Hells.
an imp,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
It was
yeah,
an
the little
Just
imp
looking at
had
it.
it, yeah.
a very rotund looking imp that seemed to be a local nobility within Essrena.
They don't need a
Because
scroll.
during
They
the
can just
council
talk to
meeting,
stuff.
he came from the local side of nobility during the council meeting when he interrupted Rudiger's father.
You know, I can't wait to see what you write for the newspaper the next day. It's like, ex-mother-in-law fights with
Oh,
ex-daughter-in-law.
you could have. Hey, you guys could have 100% gone to the actual freaking like newspaper, like editors' place during your time in the Second Ring.
I mean, shit, we still have time.
By all means, check out the Petrifix
All right.
Compressor.
See you, dude. Have a good night.
Later, bro.
Have a good night.
Wait a minute.
Thank you all for playing.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
But yeah,
Oh boy.
it'll be fun.
Ugh.
Park.